Who's that coup?
Shit.
Eve Summers is a GTA character? I swear to God, Eve Summers is... Wait, I'm so sorry to EagleAye. There's got to be an Eve Summers porn star.
Who's that coup?
Shit.
Eve Summers is a GTA character? I swear to God, Eve Summers is... Wait. I'm so sorry to EagleAye. There's got to be an Eve Summers porn star.
Hi guys, morning. Morning, morning, morning. Oh shit, okay. Anyway, guys, how's everybody doing? Sorry, I woke up super late, so I'm eating a salad. Already ate my other food, but I got a really good salad with honey mustard sauce.
Eve Summers is a GTA character? I swear to God, Eve Summers is... Wait. I'm so sorry to EagleAye. There's got to be an Eve Summers porn star.
All right, let me thank all the subs real quick. All right. Jay, thank you so much for the 10 months. Swav, thank you so much for the reset for 15. Damage, thank you so much for the prime for 8 months. Zat, thank you for gifting a sub to our resident witch. And Camry, thank you so much for the 37. Thank you, appreciate it. That's crazy. Anyway, if you guys didn't see in Discord and on Twitter, my visa got approved, so that was nice. I had to get up at like 5 o'clock this morning. I woke up last night at 6. I woke up last night at 6 p.m. I was barely awake. I had an OOC meeting that was like 3 hours long. And then I took a nap for like 2 hours. And then I got up and we had to travel like an hour and a half to go to Santon, which is like the mid of like Johannesburg. Oh, I took put on other clothes. And oh, actually, let's go change at the Marshalls because we can. But yeah, the consulate in Santon for America does not fuck around. They like. So I had like a 7:30 appointment, and they literally they'll have you go through security. They they have you go through security, and then they keep your phone. They tell you to switch off your phone, and then they keep your phone, and they give you like a literal like number, and they put your phone in this little blue container, and then they just keep your phone. And you're just like, bro, can I have my phone back? Then they're just like, no, it's my phone now, yoink. And they have you go through metal detectors, and they just fucking keep your phone. And you're just like, well, okay, I guess. Then they have you queue for biometrics, which is basically just fingerprints, and they scan your little ID photo. And that went the system was offline, so that took like an extra 15 minutes. But that went really quick. And then after that it was pretty good. Morning. And then we have to go stand in another queue for the interview, and the interview questions were really quick. They were like, where am I going? Why am I going? Have I ever went? Am I paying for the trip myself? And then she was like, your visa's approved. Get the fuck out of here. I was like, okay. So yeah, that was it. Just the most wild part was like I couldn't like it was just like they like consistently tell you to like stand in a line, like stand against the wall, like you can't step out of line. And like at some point I was like standing against the window, and the windowsill I could sit on, and like the lady literally told me to like don't sit there. And I was like, bro, I was like, okay. You literally feel like you're like in a military institute at some point, just trying to get like paperwork done. But yeah, it was easy. When I went for my Schengen visa, it was like not that difficult. You can chill and you can do whatever you want. It's like not that bad. Mhm. 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 So I'm probably getting my passport back in probably like a week and a half. So because they keep it, because I have to put like the visa page in it. So I get it back in like in like 10 days, I guess. And they courier it all the way back to my house. Yeah, and then TwitchCon is like less than 2 months, right? Australia would be like, bringing any animals? Cool. Yeah, you guys ready for meetings? Yeah. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh yeah, MSP. Woohoo! I'm pretty sure we have one. Oh. Oh my god. You're Nino now. Yeah, okay. I'll be with Tilly. Doing good. You want me to sit on your lap? I just, I just, I just sat. Oh, good. You smell nice today. Oh shit, there's no in-game sound.
Thank you. Thank you. You also smoke pretty good.
Yeah, I use
So
like
how's your morning?
I use like the strawberry like body wash.
Really?
Yeah.
You
Like
seem
a
like you'd
scrub.
use that.
Yeah.
You smell like strawberries.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It like matches your top.
Yeah. How's your
I think we're
weekend?
going over your stuff today.
Ooh, I'm excited. Yeah, Nino texted me, said, it's good to go. So I'm like, okay. I was really worried, that it wasn't good enough.
I have way too much faith in you because he was like, go add comments to the thing that she made. And I was like, I have zero faith that she's gonna do anything wrong. I was like, I'm putting full trust into her. She's not, I can guarantee that document's gonna be beautiful.
I've done business way too long to fuck around,
Yeah, I think that you have full well scope of what you're doing. So I was like, I don't even think it needs right. I'm not gonna sit here and tell this person what's wrong with her document when she probably knows 10 times more than me.
Mm, thank you. But I might
Respectfully.
I might have a go at I think me and Nino are gonna butt heads with the business licenses though, so it's gonna be interesting.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Why? What do you want to do?
I mean, he wants felons to own businesses. I don't. I understand why he does, but I want stipulations to it.
What are the stipulations?
Like a felon's only allowed to own one business, and because I want civilians to feel like they have a benefit to being a civilian. Because what's the point if every felon who does crime can own a business? Like what makes it being a civilian special at that point?
That's true. Because like what? Why be a civilian at all then? Like,
Yeah,
what are you doing it
exactly.
for? You know what I mean?
Because Andy's passed, and she made it that um felons can't be business owners in the north,
Hmm.
and I understand that, but she got a lot of pushback from people in the south. But like, who the fuck cares? You don't live there.
Yeah.
But now I understand that we'd get a lot of pushback for that too. But I want to make stipulations to it, like they can only own one business, and maybe it's a bit more strict as well for them. I don't know. I just
Did
want
you
to.
hear that he wants to do it so they can only like they can't own like marijuana businesses and things of that sort?
I didn't know, but I'd agree to
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
He said something along the lines of he'd have to ask him for like full context because he yaps a lot and I tend to ignore it. He said something along the lines of he wants it so they can only own like certain businesses, but they can't like touch things that I think a certain tier or something of that sort.
I feel that the yapping, zone out.
He says the same thing over and over again at least 17 times a day. So if I listen to it, I'm gonna drive myself crazy. I think I'll put a lot of faith into you and what you say though. So,
Yeah. I just want civilians to still feel like they matter.
yeah. Let me see where he is because the meeting's in like 10 minutes.
Probably at the food court yapping.
Where are you? What do you mean you're chasing Suarez in his broken vehicle? Uh-huh. Nino, you're not gonna find Suarez. He's gone. That man is on the other side of the city by now.
Gauntlet, gauntlet.
You okay? Nino?
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
I think there's something wrong with the mayor.
I mean, after a week of doing this, I think that it's getting to him at some point.
Yeah, he said he's chasing Suarez, and he can find him. He can find him. He said he turned a corner. He saw him turn it, and he's looking for him.
But why? Has he thought of, like, you know, calling him and talking to him?
You need to let him catch you, Suarez. You gotta let him catch you. Okay, bye.
Nino joined the police force over the weekend or what?
I don't know. It seems like okay. So yesterday night, right? Yesterday he was saying some wild things. Okay, all right. He was. I think he's going off the deep end. All right. I don't think he was. I don't know. He was saying some things that I've never heard him say. Okay, and I think that he's just going a little stir crazy in here, or maybe we should get him like a therapist, or
We need to open the window.
yeah, I think he needs to touch grass. Maybe we should have this meeting somewhere else.
We should have some meetings outside, I think. Like, so he, like, breathes some oxygen.
Can we get on the roof from here?
I don't think so.
I think he does need to breathe some oxygen. I think that, maybe like he's used all the oxygen in this room and now it's like, carbon dioxide or something.
What if he's slowly killing himself?
I was going to ask you about the thing that you're doing. How would you feel about like I'd mentioned this forever ago, but I forgot about it. How would you feel about like, the business license with the pre-approvals and whatnot, having it like kind of played out in a way where like somebody goes to said business in like I don't know, like a vest or something and like checks out the business,
Or like an inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Before like they get their formal license. I don't know if all places have like an actual front though. I don't know if some of them do.
I definitely want re-inspections, you know?
Yes. Or okay. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a second. Yes. Okay. All right. He wants to have a talk with me in the parking garage.
I think he's lost it, Tilly.
I think he has to. I think he has to. What was it talking about? Oh yeah, do you think that'd be a good idea though?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure like how many like businesses do you guys have like on the roster?
Right now, I think there's only 14 approved.
Ooh, that's pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Waiting for the business app to, I don't even have access to the business app, so I can't even look at anything else.
Oh, you don't?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Ah. Oh, I
Fuck.
gotta go to the parking garage.
Actually,
Excuse me.
Eve, you should come with me because I want to chat with you as well.
What is? He's lost.
Sorry.
You okay, Nino?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sure?
Yep. I was oh, is it the Suarez thing? Yeah, I saw Suarez like dressed up in like G6 and like they were just acting hyper. So I was looking for a tow driver, right? Because I need to move Donnie's
Tilly!
vehicle out of my garage.
I'll be okay. Just throw me over your shoulder. I just forgot to. I just
Eve?
forgot to take my insulin. Yeah.
Eve
Oh
Summers
my
is a
God,
GTA
Jesus
character.
fucking Christ.
I swear to God,
I got
Eve
him.
Summers is.
Here we go.
Tilly,
Wait,
Tilly, Tilly.
I'll be
I'm
okay.
so sorry to Eagle
Yeah, we can walk to the
Eye.
hospital.
There's got to be an Eve Summers porn star.
You know, it's always about her. You know what I mean?
I'll be
got
okay. I'll be
something
okay.
So important to bring
I
up.
just need a
I
second
got
for my
such
body
an important thing to
for
bring up.
fuck's sake, I don't need to
Tilly's
go
like,
to the
you know
fucking
what?
hospital.
Let me just like pass out here. So now,
I'm fine. My
instead of
blood is
having
a
this
little low.
conversation, now it's let's bring Tilly to the hospital.
I don't need to go to the
Jesus.
hospital. I just need a second to regulate my fucking blood sugar. I'll
All
be
right,
okay.
well, we're gonna bring you so we're not wasting time. All right, Tilly.
Who's that cool?
Are you hungry? Are you starving right now, Tilly?
Yeah.
Anyways, like I was saying, you know, I needed to move my vehicle. I went to go look for tow drivers.
Let me
I
go and
ran
give
into
me a hands up.
Suarez. He was in this like fucking cracked ass vehicle. You know what I mean? And so this guy thought it was the brightest idea to just do like a loop-de-loop back to where he was. So I found him and a bunch of sus people doing some sus shit, you know?
Oh, okay.
Can I say I'm curious?
Yeah. You're curious.
Do you think about like
I just don't
calling him?
I just
and-
don't like I followed him and Solomon was there and he's like, oh, you know, hey Nino, you gotta leave unless you want to take me hostage.
Just
And
give
I
me
said,
a hands
okay,
up.
go
just,
ahead.
Just, I'm okay now. Just give me a hands up. I'm feeling better.
Are you, Tilly?
Yes. Just give me a hands up, please.
All right. Okay.
Grab my hand.
Here we go.
Grab my
I'll
hand.
grab one
I'm getting
side.
up, I'm getting
Grab
up.
the other.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you guys. Do I have food? I do have food. Thank you. You know, are you okay, Nino? Like, do you are you going through like a midlife crisis or something?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know. You just, you know, you're chasing fast cats.
You're acting like you know who the fuck I am, Tilly, all right?
Okay.
I've always been like this. I'm curious.
Okay.
And yes, I expect that even if you run an entire fucking gang, all right, I want to know what the fuck you're doing. And I need you to be open with me. If you're not open with me, well, then I put you on the shit list. And now I'll go ahead and explain this, right? It shouldn't be a surprise that the reason I got elected is because every fucking gang in the city, probably minus one or two, voted for me. So I need to understand what the problems are and what the fuck they're doing.
Ow.
So when they come crying, okay, I know what it's about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right.
If they're gonna be, you know, do this pussy shit where they're like, oh my God, I can't tell you what I'm doing. All right. Well then, you know.
Morning, Leo.
Now do you understand, Telly? Now do you fucking understand? It's like these fucking material motherfuckers, all right? Like, oh my God, the material is so well. And then you're like, hey, can you give me some data? And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I did a bank robbery. I can't do anything. Fucking assholes. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a mood.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. You know, breathe.
Let it out. Let it out.
Yeah,
You know,
just
we
go ahead.
You know, open the windows. We need the fresh air in here.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
Alright,
we
let
should
me
go to
roll
like a
this down.
park or something. Maybe you should like have some grass. Or...
Okay, yeah,
Pet
let's
some
go do that. Do you need
dogs.
food?
do
Oh,
I
I'm
have
a
any
cat
food?
person.
Pet some cats.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about the observatory?
Yeah, the cats there.
I'm not sure. I mean, there's one murder kitty, I think.
Yeah, it's fine. A pussy is a pussy.
Very true. The weed stuff got accepted by the DOJ. Now it's like a 3-day like waiting period. G6 got reviewed. I let Abby know that I had a good conversation with Abby. I'm probably going to bring it up again. That she has been writing good legislation, but it's been very like, it's twice as long as it needs to be, and very like, I don't know. So I'm trying to like guide her in the right direction, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
You know, clear, concise, instead of like, you know, verbose. And
Verbose.
also, I have a new idea as to who should be chief of police.
Oh Lord.
What?
Oh fuck, yeah, that's what we got to talk about.
You're going back on Viv?
Uh-huh.
You should not have told her that so early.
Well, that sucks.
Oh Lord.
Listen, I had a moment, okay? It just came
Okay.
out. It was mostly frustration. But what? Now I can't say that sucks? I learned it from you, Tilly.
What do you? Okay, all right. You know what? We're not starting this today, okay? You are
I'm just
on
saying,
something.
why are you mad? Why are
on
you mad at
something
me
today.
when I say
I'm
say
not
that
mad at
sucks
you.
and you get? Yeah, you had that the way you said that.
I'm not. I am not mad at you. Okay. All right. I feel you can choose. Well, I don't care who you choose. I think that you'll make the best decision. Do I feel bad for Viv? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Now
and-
you understand why I was, you know, wanted you to feel bad about what you did to Abilene.
I do not feel bad about what. Eve, do you think I'm wrong for what I did to Appeling?
What'd you do to Adam?
She came up to me in the parking lot, and she came up to me in the parking lot, and I was about to go do a G6 with Nino, and she goes, "I'm bored," and I responded to her, and I said, "Oh, that sucks," and then I did the G6.
Oh. I mean, it's not your responsibility to make her on board.
Thank you.
But I think, like, at minimum, you could have been like, hey, you know, have you thought about this? I got to go take care of something. You know what I mean?
It's not my
Something.
responsibility to give her something to do.
It's not my responsibility to care about PD's feelings.
Well, it's not about PD's feelings, okay? It's the fact that you told someone that they're going to be the fucking chief, Nino, and now
Okay,
they've been
well-
making all these
well, now
plans
what?
and doing all these things, and now you're
Good.
like, you know what? Uno
Good.
reverse, bitch.
There's a lot of things that happened in the last 24 hours.
I am very confused. What could have happened that you're like, well, Viv ain't it anymore?
Well, no, I'm kind of joking, actually.
What?
What? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Are you like bipolar or something? What is wrong with you
No,
today?
bipolar would imply that what I'm joking. Therefore, I'm bipolar. I didn't make a decision here. What the fuck? So, you ready for this?
Yeah?
All right. I've been diagnosed with bipolarity.
No, you haven't.
Fuck's sake.
It's I wasn't myself.
Waking up on the wrong side of bed today, Nino, does not make you bipolar. And just because you heard the word from Tilly does not mean you're bipolar today.
You know,
Thank
you're
you.
kind of
Thank you,
dressing
Eve.
like my dad.
I appreciate that. I actually like this fit. It's very relaxing. These pants, I got them from Nordstrom. They're like $180.
Oh,
Got 'em on,
looks like
clearance.
some Walmart pants to me. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, feel it. It's high quality.
I don't want to touch
fabric.
your pants.
Now I know you're pissed.
Because I don't want to touch your fucking pants right now?
Yeah.
But okay. I'm not mad. Okay, I am not mad. I'm not mad. I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what? Everything's fine. I think you're going mad, okay?
So, okay, let's all right, because we got the meeting coming up. So I've been concerned since pretty much the very beginning, right? In terms of like finding candidates for the chief of police. And I think part of that concern got exacerbated with the behavior that Barrick bestowed. That led me to say the following, which is this guy has literally been just drowning his own police department for his own personal gain, and was willing to do whatever to maintain the position, regardless of the side effects of what that would mean to everybody, right? So then all of a sudden, you know, between all the shit that I was dealing with as a lawyer, seeing what they're doing, the behavior they're bestowing, and how quickly some of those cops were willing to like flip the script the moment they realized I was even going to become mayor. All these things like inherently paint a picture of them individually. You with me? So like Ruby, for example, I very much recognize, you know, she carried most of the weight with the LSPD. It became very apparent when speaking with Barrick. I mean, this fucking guy, this fucking bozo doesn't even know how the FTO program. He didn't know anything. Like when I was starting, like the last conversation we had, like I was asking him some things, and he's just like, I don't know. It's like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like how? And the whole argument about he had things to do out of the city and like it was under Max's thumb, all bullshit. And if the guy's so fucking cooked that, you know, he lost, you know, all ability to do anything in the last 4 or 5 weeks while Max was gone, that's also once again an excuse. He had plenty of time to like turn things around. Going back to Ruby, you know, despite how much effort she's put into it, like her mental is very much mama bear, right? And that's just not inherently healthy for someone at the top of the food chain, because it inherently means that anytime anyone does something, puts up a grievance, I just don't trust her ability to maintain accountability or take any complaints about officers with any amount of credence. Now, I could be wrong, but I mean, I don't fucking patrol with her. I have to go off her flippantness, you know? She had a certain attitude towards me, and the circumstances surrounding the FOIA conversation, which came with good faith. And, you know, then all of a sudden everything's nice and dandy. I just can't, in my heart, trust that, right? So now came all the candidates, right? We had probably like, what, 15 people come in and out of that office. Not a single one of those individuals wanted chief or ask chief or high command. And I think the biggest blow was hearing from McNulty he's not interested. When everything points at the fact that he's probably a big component of LSPD in shift 1 and 2.
Eve Summers is a GTA character?
Right.
I swear to God, Eve Summers is... Wait. I'm so sorry to EagleAye.
At that stage,
there's gotta be an Eve Summers
you know,
porn star.
what was left?
Katie, thank you for the 7 months.
Vivian was the only one that walked into that room with a plan. However, as much as she has support, there's a lot of lack of support around her. And that started to come to light in this last 24 hours. Now, I did speak to someone named Dana earlier, which I'm not going to put too much credence in because she's barely been around. I started to have some second thoughts, but honestly, I still think she's probably the best pick. Or I did until I had.
Talking about Dana or Viv?
No, Viv.
Okay.
However, over the last 2 days, I started to get like indications that there might be some issues. I think even while talking to Viv, I knew that those issues sort of existed, which is why we needed the foil, right? Someone like a Liam, someone who's got some long-term experience being in the mix to help facilitate plugging the holes where there are holes, right? Because one person is not going to run the LSPD. It needs more.
Mm-hmm.
And when we last spoke to her, she mentioned Skyfae as a captain, and she's kind
Who's
of
Liam?
torn
Fuck
on
knows.
the two. And I'm just,
I don't fucking know who Liam is.
I mean,
don't
you
know
saw
who
me
Dana
yesterday, Tilly,
is.
right?
Yes.
That was me just being like, who else is going to fit in there? It's just not going to work. I fucking
Fuck
know
knows.
it's not going to work. And there is no way I can just put someone
Tama?
there and be like, this is, I just know it's not going to work. It just isn't.
Dude, do these
I can
people,
sit back
are
and
these
watch
people even around every day?
her try to make it work, but her alone would not be enough. And then a miracle happened today. In came Tyler.
No.
Y'all know who Tyler is from BCSO?
Mm-hmm.
Peters?
Yes.
The person who leaves shit and dead animals on my porch in Polito?
That's the one.
Okay.
He is the perfect pairing to Vivian. He came in with a plan today. And in that moment, I realized this is the guy. To pair with Vivian.
Isn't he the
I don't know.
Isn't he the same time zone as Vivian? If you wanted to make him ass chief, it wouldn't work.
He is willing to fully commit to shift 2. And I think as crazy as it sounds, this poop shit that you're talking about is exactly what shift 2 needs.
I really don't think that they would be cohesive. I do not think that those two would be a good pair.
Well,
They're both very strong-headed. They're both going to have their own opinions, and they're both going to want to stick to their opinions. And
you
what
think
they
Tyler
believe.
is strong-headed?
Yes.
That's
Yes,
good.
I've met him and I've talked to him.
Really? Okay.
Mhm. I think he's very strong-headed, and I feel like this is the issue, right? They're both good leaders, and they both have good vision. But I feel like due to both of them being kind of strong-headed,
Polar
it's
opposites.
going to cause issues.
Good.
Not good issues, as in like I'm afraid things won't get done issues, because they're both not going to agree with it.
That's exactly what we want.
Not fun issues, not issues that are going to be enjoyable. Bad issues.
You think they're going to kill each other is what you're saying?
No, I feel like just things will not get done.
Here's kind of where I'm at, is because I know Tyler will pick her, but I don't know if it's going to be the other way around.
Mm-mm.
I'm very concerned. So here's the thing. Tyler will mean Viv as ass chief, but I don't know if Viv is going to mean Tyler as ass chief. But I also know deep down that if Viv is chief and nothing really changes, then this LSPD's fucked anyways. This is where my head is at the moment.
I like the spice, right? But do you wanna?
And this is outside of the
I get it's
baggage
for
that
ass
comes with
chief.
picking Viv. I think
So
there's a lot of cops that wanna. I think the elements that they're gonna deal with are gonna have very strong negative opinions. Now, keep in mind, I have spoken to a lot of these groups individually.
I think Maddie wants it for the
And,
content and spice, but do you want it to
it's
fail?
been a big part of my calculus.
No, he said that like Peters would choose
Is it possible
Viv.
that this may cause the absolute destruction of the LSPD? To a degree, I have come to the conclusion that I don't really give a fuck. This might sound a little listen, I want to hear from you on this, but over the last like week and a half, the amount of dead weight that exists between the LSPD and the general public, Daddy needs to come in and just make a choice. Whether it's sanitation, whether it's the police department, whether it's whatever it is. And it may not be something that most people are going to agree with, but I'm willing to try it. And with Tyler, I know that if he fucks up, I can pull the guy. Now, this brings me to the next point. is with the amount of bullshit that I've heard happening in that department in the last week and a half, I don't know how much I want to be tied to the decision. Because regardless of if I pick Viv or Tyler, people are going to be upset regardless, right? I think Tyler is going to vibe more with the most notorious shift, which is shift 2. I think the opposite is going to hold true in shift 1. But ya pick Vivian, these gangs are going to freak the fuck out, and there's a good fucking chance that that targeting is going to come in the direction of us, and that's going to prevent me from, or us, to be able to focus on what's important. On the flip side, with Tyler, you're going to probably have a lot of cops freak out and get pissed. Regardless of which option it is, there is no perfect one.
Didn't a whole shoot-up happen because of
So I'm kind of
Tyler?
contemplating putting it up the vote, but I haven't decided on that point yet.
So, are you saying keep Viv as chief, or are you doing a switcheroo?
Either
here?
or.
Hasn't
Well, if you're
a
gonna
ma-
do Tyler, go ahead.
Sorry, hasn't a majority of the consensus been from people that Viv is okay? And not that they hate her guts?
Not exactly. It's been a mix of, for non-PD elements, it's been don't know her or not a fan.
Because I'm pretty sure there was a situation where a gang.
Oh, the besties. You're
Yeah.
thinking of.
No, this was a few weeks ago where a gang started a shootout with the PD because of Peters. I don't think there's ever been a shootout started because of Viv.
Please tell me more. You might know more.
No, but I don't know the full situation. It's just it was something that happened because of Peters, and they took it out on the PD because of Peters. I don't think anything like that has happened because of Viv.
I cooked the best idea. There's gonna be a shadow vote.
What? What is Nino doing?
What?
Ugh. Why is he overthinking this so fucking
vote?
much? Bro.
Do I let the city decide, or do I let certain elements
No,
of them
you
decide?
do not let the city decide. They don't know what's best for them. That is like giving a bunch of crayons to them and letting them draw bullshit.
You're right.
I think you're right with
And
what
if
you say.
that's
I
the
think
case,
Daddy
it's got to
needs-
be Tyler chief and Viv as the ass chief.
For the betterment of the city, I
Yeah.
agree.
Because Tyler is someone I can have in that room talk about penises, but when he needs to lock it in, that guy's going to lock it in. I don't know, as much as Viv sounds good on paper, I am concerned she's going to tear under pressure. And I would not have felt this way if it wasn't for two particular incidents that I know did not go well.
Which was?
Hydra raid, and prior to that, what the fuck was that? What was brought up to my attention? Fuck, something was told to me on Saturday, and that gave me PTSD. Shit, I don't remember.
I think Tyler is the only one that fits into the little criteria that I had described to you at one point of somebody that we are looking for as chief. I think he's the only one that's I've seen as a candidate that fits that criteria.
And I'm going to be pretty selfish here. I feel comfortable and I can sleep at night with that choice. And the Viv election has, for the past 3 days, have been in the back of my mind, giving me nerve.
I think if you're overthinking it, then, you know.
I mean, you've seen it, Tilly.
Yeah.
You know? I knew something was wrong. And that's why I've been hoping someone like Turner would show up, but I just don't think that's
I have
possible.
EagleAyes, bitch. Taco, thank you for
I
gifting a
agree with
sub.
the newest choice you made. I don't think that we should put it up to vote. I think, you know, you should do like you said, Daddy take over. You just do it
Mm.
and kind of go from there.
I think the thing that really drove me into Peter's is there was a different level of conviction I heard from him today. With him being shift 2 and that being the hot of July 3rd, without a strong leader in that spot who can do your pee pee and poo poo while maintain order in the cells,
Mm-hmm.
there is no long game with the LSPD. I think that's kind of where my decision is ultimately stemming from, which may sound foolish, but you know, it feels right to me.
How do you feel about it, Eve?
I don't think it's gonna work.
Oh.
I'm basing it off of he's somebody who pisses off gangs, and if gangs are willing to put the whole PD under punishment because of one person's actions, and he's not willing to own up and take accountability because of those actions, you are crippling the PD before giving them a chance.
I think before any decision is made, we got to look into that. Do you know when this happened?
That was a few weeks ago.
In the same line, Vivian is the reason that Mr. K is a criminal.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Mr. K's always been a criminal, so I don't think
No,
you can...
I know, but no, but what my point there, Eve, is that's why we have to assess it, right? Because every cop has done something that has caused issues.
No, but I don't think that's fair to say that. You literally can't say that.
No, I know. I'm being cheeky here. Tyler, come to the observatory.
That's crazy to say.
Yes.
That's crazy to say. I'm sorry.
You have 2 minutes.
That's fucking crazy to say.
I want you to grill him.
God, I wish I had those questions that I asked Viv.
No, I think we grill him on. I think if you've got those in mind, but I think what Eve said is very important to suss out.
Whoops. No, I didn't mean it. Fuck. I'm so upset about the fact that you said that. Okay. Let's do it. You okay, Eve?
I'm sorry. What's that?
Yeah,
I said
good.
I asked Eve if she was okay.
Eve, I want you to be able to speak your mind. All right.
Yeah,
Even though I've got my mind set,
I just don't
I
understand
want-
where this came from. Like we went almost a week. We asked every single person what they thought of Viv, and about all of the people we spoke to, a majority of the decisions was, yeah, Viv fits this, and she will be the best at doing this. Did Peter's name come up once?
No, it didn't. Transparently, I've been giving most of my concerns to Tilly. I didn't want to concern the rest of the cabinet with my my dooming.
But do you not feel at this point that you're maybe overthinking the situation and overcooking the situation?
No, I think calling it overcooking is pretty much saying we should YOLO instead, because there is no
I feel like this
immediate.
is YOLOing
I don't
it.
think there's no, because there is. I've been thinking about this for quite some time, and
The
I
last
think the
24
pressure
hours?
of forcing. No, it's been last 5 days.
That's so bullshit.
I think the notion of needing to even pick a chief is only a necessity of the
That's crazy.
Constitution giving me the power to appoint one, but there is zero expectation for a timeline or me to choose one to begin with. And as such, I'm going to give every decision we make ample amount of time to the point that I am comfortable with the decision. These last 3 days, I was not comfortable. And after his conversation today, I have. I do agree that I've been giving off the feeling of comfort, but I have not been.
Welcome.
Oh God, sorry. I had to run to my car and then I ran here.
You ran like less than 50 fucking feet.
Okay, I've been eating a lot of carbs recently. I'm carb loading. Gotta have extra weight around the gut.
Uh-huh.
All right, Tyler, we spoke earlier today.
Yes, sir.
I want you to represent it to these two.
Okay. Oh fuck.
I'm Tilly, by
get
the
my
way.
notebooks too.
This is Miss Eve.
Hello, Miss Eve. I know Eve. What was your name, ma'am?
I'm Tilly. Tilly Winters.
Tilly?
Nice to meet you. Well,
hello,
I've
Miss
met you
Winters.
before, but it's nice to see you again.
Okay. Hey, Miss Winters. Hey, Nino, do you have my notebook still? I got another copy, but I put it in the office because I didn't want anyone to steal it.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I need you to answer openly and honestly.
Okay.
All right? I'm going to stay quiet.
Let me silence my phone so there's no distractions really quick. And just 311. Okay, I'm gonna be 10-7 for 3 mics here.
Yeah, I mean, he literally told Viv and told
Okay,
us
Tilly
that...
and Eve. I got my name is Tyler Peters, and yesterday I had a meeting with Nino. I heard him say something about the candidate or the list of candidates was short for the chief position, and I said, well, fuck, where do I apply? And then I started talking to him. Mr. Nino gave me the opportunity to kind of collect my thoughts before presenting why I should be the chief of police. And then that was yesterday, so I ended up starting a list last night, and then I ended up completing it this morning. It was kind of short notice, but that being said, I have a mission statement here. I want to make a difference, and that's kind of like the foundation of everything that I have built everything on. The reason I want to be the chief of police is not to grab at power, but to lead a team that has a substantial impact on our community. I know what a successful police department looks like and want to implement the foundation that I have been a part of in the past. I'm committed to justice. I want to share my passion to uphold the law, ensure justice, and protect the right of individuals. I have a genuine commitment to serve Los Santos and want to see others succeed in their endeavors inside the police force, as well as the civilians that live here. So I have, that is why I want to be the police or chief of police. I then have a plan of action, which the plan of action, obviously, it's kind of like an standard operating procedure for me. Now, there's going to be situations that I'll diverge from the path, and I'll kind of need to
you
do
guys
some
know that
impromptu
Skanga
stuff.
has a race car
That
bed?
being said,
Thank you for the
my
follows,
first
guys.
point is setting clear goals and expectations for the police force. Oh, and I said the same thing to Nino at the same exact time. I don't want to make a comparison to the police department right now. I think it's unfair, for one, and for two, I think you're setting yourself up for failure if you're kind of just you have whataboutism. So that being said, moving forward, everything is going to be solution oriented, and I will focus on what I believe what I believe success to be, or what success will be within the police department following these guidelines. So the very first one is to set clear goals and expectations. Every role needs to know what their responsibilities are and how their work contributes to the overall success of the police department, i.e. bullet pointed lists of expectations from the top down. That would be all the way from the chief down to the cadets and everything in between. So what are the goals and expectations of LTs, sergeants, senior officers down to officers. Next is to improve communication. I want to foster an environment where officers feel comfortable sharing concerns, ideas, and feedback. I want the police department to feel like it's a community working towards the future. Officers need to be listened to get a view of all perspectives. Effective communication is a big part of resolution for conflicts and helps build
I don't
trust.
want him to read this to me. I
The
want
chief
him
and ask chief will have an open door policy to feedback and concern. Along with that, we will be putting forth an anonymous feedback box, which I think I'm super excited for officers to give to command and high command. I know that in the past and in the present, sometimes it's hard to convey your feelings towards command and high command, and being able to anonymously put that forward, I feel like would be a huge step in the right direction. The next point I have is, just so you know, like I'll go on forever. If either one of you have any questions or want to stop me about how I would do things, or, you know, questions about kind of these statements, feel free to stop me and interject.
I'll ask you at the end, so
Okay.
just keep going.
Provide training and reevaluate the hiring process is number 3. Sergeants and LTs need to identify gaps in skills and knowledge on an officer and senior officer level that are contributing to the team's failure, and provide proficient feedback to ensure success. The same should be happening with P&T on the cadet and PPO level. As far as the reevaluating the hiring process goes, my number one focus at this time is kind of retention. Sorry, I forgot the word there. So that being said, I need to meet with P&T to figure out what the current hiring process looks like and what can be done to improve retention. I don't have knowledge on how hiring is done, and this will require actively getting involved. Number 4, reevaluating leadership. It's not my intention to come in and strip anyone of their rank. I do believe that we have the ability to be successful with the current command. I need to reevaluate what styles of leadership are most effective for every shift, figure out how to develop everyone and adapt to make them better. If necessary, I would consider changes to bringing in a fresh perspective. All of that being said, I do believe that command could be stripped of the rank if necessary, right? I don't think it's like, I feel like I don't even need to say this, but if somebody's not doing their job at their rank, like, they're not going to keep it. Next, accountability within the PD. A strong leadership will be established to encourage empowerment of lower ranks out in the field. I want my officers to have a backbone out on the field and know their higher-ups will have their back. Regular monitors will be established for performance and to give constructive feedback, recognize achievements, and to encourage improvement and be held accountable. Number 6 is support. Command needs to be present at all times through all shifts. Command will be available to support through challenges. Command is required to provide guidance and encourage to help build morale and give PD a fucking backbone. Fucking is in caps, by the way. This will also fall on senior officers. Officers that have been promoted to the rank of senior have been promoted for a reason. Number 7 would be continued education and improvement. Command should always be giving feedback to make further improvement and find solutions that come up in the field or in the office. I'll promote and encourage a culture of continuous learning and improvement.
Nino didn't
Sergeants,
already
LTs, P&T will be encouraged to ride with officers every so often to discuss ways to improve.
It doesn't sit right with me
And
to go
8,
back on his
public
decision.
relations. Meeting with the mayor and marshals on a regular basis to get feedback and ways to improve. The PD should feel like it's a part of the community and not an outlier. Our biggest critics can help by bringing concerns to the PD. And that might be concerns that we're not necessarily aware of.
Can I ask you why you left the LSPD?
Yeah, so originally I left the LSPD because I I didn't feel like there was room for growth inside the LSPD for me. I guess for me, like, getting promoted isn't ever about power, but it's like, how can I fill a void that needs to be filled? You know, how can I come in and help where there needs to be help? And with the SDSO being a new department, I was like, you know, I think I could step forward and just be whatever I need to be to help out. And I mean, Bones, when he hired me, he's like, I do think there's room for growth for you here. And I would love to see you kind of like flourish here. That being said, when Nina started talking about the chief situation opening up, I was like, well, I feel like this is my calling. And I don't know. I think the other thing I was talking about with Nino as well, and I'm sure you guys can relate being a part of Nino's team, is I don't think that me being the chief is like a forever thing, right? Obviously something will happen, but I do want to leave a legacy behind to kind of flourish. And
Can you elaborate on that?
like a legacy.
No, like what do you mean by something will happen?
I don't know. I'll die.
Oh, are you talking about like very far future?
Yeah, I'm not
Okay,
saying like,
okay.
hey, I'm gonna go out and fucking corrupt Nino into doing a bunch of blow, and then we're gonna get some hookers and caught, and I'm gonna get fired. Is that what you were thinking?
Are you a bit nervous right now, Tyler?
Yeah, I actually am.
Yeah.
A little bit. It was unexpected to come up here. It was kind of, yeah. And I just pounded like a fucking full cup of coffee. So
why do you want to be the chief of police, Tyler?
I think I could bring change, and I want to make a difference. Like I said, you know, I see what the department is right now, and without dragging anything through the mud, because I said I wouldn't do that. I think that I see the potential, but it's not quite there. And I do believe that I have the ability to change it.
We're family here. Bonded. Kinsmen. There's an esprit de corps.
Can I ask you about a situation that happened a few weeks ago where you were involved, and then one gang, I'm not sure who, decided to take out their frustrations with you on the entirety of the PD?
Yes. I am assuming you're referring to the besties, correct?
Yeah, can you explain that whole situation to us, please?
Yes. So what happened is we had a situation with the besties. Maeve was down. We were on Alta Street in front of the recycling center. What ended up happening was I had yelled on the loudspeaker that if you run over officers, you will be shot. At this point, there had been a car swap. There was 3 other cars on scene. We were going for cuffs. Somebody came in and ended up running over one of our officers. So then I opened fire on the suspect, and they were not happy about that. So then they said they were hunting me, and they did end up hunting me. I think one of the things that I need to do is follow through in what I say. And I know I kind of like talked about having a backbone in the statement before. And I believe that follow through is very important. And I don't know, you go out into the field, and generally we're dealing with individuals that we have dealt with in the past. And if you don't set, is barometer the right word? If you don't kind of like set the standard
Barometer.
as far as understanding how people are going to take you, then basically if you fuck around all the time, the people are going to know that, and they're just going to fucking walk all over you. So I try to set boundaries and expectations.
Did you take accountability for that situation?
In what way, ma'am?
That if you hadn't escalated the situation in that way, the whole PD wouldn't have been targeted at that point?
Right. I mean, like I said, it's really hard to know what your boundaries are in the field. From my perspective, I made the right call. Somebody was ran over, you know? I mean, at that point, it's kind of like I have to match force with force. And I mean, there has to be a line that the PD draws where it's like, look, if you fuck around, you're going to find out. And unfortunately, it did escalate to that. My intention was not to get any officers hurt. And at the end of the day, my intentions were to keep more people from being hurt. The fact that it came down to that is really unfortunate. And I mean, I don't know. I couldn't not make that call in that situation.
Okay.
So, what are your plans for like the offices right now? Right, you get in there, the offices, their shit. They need to have some kind of like extra training, right? Do you believe that? I think you said that in your statement.
Yeah, I wasn't really referring. Like, I didn't want to talk about everything. I talked about was not.
How do you feel about Viv?
I think Viv's great.
I think this
You
is
like that?
gonna.
I really do.
This
I
is
think
gonna
Viv's
give
amazing. I think she has the
the
best
mayoral
intentions.
team a very bad look.
I think she's very passionate. Sometimes she kind of.
And you can like totally write.
No, I mean the honest to God truth is I've never had a bad experience with Viv.
I'll get my minion to.
How do you feel about the den shiesties of the police department?
How do I feel about what Den Shiesty did to the police department?
No, the den shiesties of the police department.
How do I feel about Den?
No, the dens.
Like you're just saying kind of like people that are like Den Shiesty? I think Den Shiesty is a necessary evil we have within the police department.
Okay.
As far as his punishment goes, I think he kind of like I think there's a lot with Den. I think Den gets targeted. Whether it's fairly or not is another question in itself. Sometimes he makes dumb fucking calls and the PD pays for it, but I don't think that we could afford to lose the Den Shiesties of the police department.
You're in your police car, that one right there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're chasing.
Hey, relax. Come on. Or,
Sorry
Jesus,
about
no,
that,
I mean,
Lord.
Are you
Tilly.
nervous now?
I am. I'm sorry. God.
See, that's our
Okay.
internal feelings.
I didn't realize. Was
You're
it
going
Den
down the
Shiesty
street,
that-
right? You're going down the street, okay? You see a gauntlet. It's going fast. It speeds right past you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Suarez is probably driving the gauntlet, but we won't talk about that, okay? You try to catch the gauntlet. You don't have any skills. You don't catch the gauntlet because you can't drive, right? You suck. Okay. What is your next lead of action from there?
As far as like, it's just me. I'm out. I lose it. I'm no
like
visual.
like you're pissed off. You go back to your job, right? What do? Do you sit there and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna try to get better at this and catch this guy next time, or do you go up to Nino here and say, I want fast cars and more equipment?
Oh, okay, so you're talking about fast cars, and ma'am, you're talking about just daily patrol right now. I think that's just the reality of the situation. I don't think, and I've spoke about this with Nino as well. I don't think fast cars and better equipment is. You're putting a fucking bandage on a gaping wound. If I was to come and ask that, ask for that. Obviously, I want faster
if
cars.
Nino
Better
isn't
equipment,
gonna
I don't
take,
really know. I think our
like,
equipment's fine.
my
All of that being
opinion
said,
into
there's a
consideration,
deeper
why am
underlying
I even
issue. The
here?
complex
Like,
or
I
the
feel like this is
issues we have
useless.
with the police
Like,
department as it is right now are very complex, and there's not a simple solution such as, hey,
like
we need
I
a
feel like
faster
this
car
is-
to do this.
this is
Because
useless,
listen,
like-
like in this scenario, you're saying, hey,
I
I'm
would
dog
just,
shit.
I would
Guess
literally
what?
just
A
go
faster
and
car isn't going to help me drive any fucking better. Sure, if I'm going in a straight
Like,
line, but a
Nino's like,
local's going
yeah,
to
I
cut me
want
off,
your
and I'm going to get
opinion. I
ejected.
want you to push back.
All of
And
that
he
being
also
said,
he wants a chief of police who pushes
communication,
back.
I think, is PD's
And
biggest asset.
I don't think Peters is that.
And
He literally
in that
said
situation, you
he
know, I
doesn't
would
want
hope I
to
would have
push
backup
over
and
and a
be able to
person who
provide
just yes
communication
mans
for
him.
said
And I think
situation,
Peters is a
so
yes man.
officers, so I can relay that officers would be there and move forward
He
and try
said
to
all of
apprehend
those
them.
things. He said Barrick was a yes man. He said Ruby was a
Okay.
yes man.
And
I don't
how do you
think-
plan to
I don't
handle the
think
officers
Viv
that
is
are
a
going to
yes
come at you
man.
and bitch because they have a skill issue?
It's hard, right? part of me wants to say
Yeah,
shut the fuck
at
up
the end
and
of
go
the
out
day,
on
he
duty, but
values
I
our
think
opinions,
the
but at the end of
reality
the day, he
is
says, "Well, it's my decision."
from a chief of police
and
position, you
I'm
need
gonna
to
say this
approach
anyway.
every situation with compassion. Now there is going to be situations where people are just fucking idiots, and
Like,
that's
I'm not happy
what
with
it is. But I think to kind of like sit and listen, the
I
reality
think
is
it's pretty fair.
I can't make the cars drive faster, or I can't make people drive better. I
Mhm.
could be there to support them through the bad times and hopefully prepare them for better times. And the
Okay.
reality is we won't ever
Like, if
catch
he
every
wants,
criminal,
if
but
he
you know
wants
what the
to be
great news
fair,
is?
go and talk to
You
every
can always
single
put out a warrant
person
for 'em.
that we talk to and ask them about Peters,
That is true.
because he's not being fair right now towards Viv.
That is true.
He's being a hypocrite. And
So
I'll
you say
say
you're gonna
that
have
to
like a
his
little
face.
complaint box, right?
Yeah, I think
Who's
that's
gonna be reading
great.
this complaint? Is it gonna be you?
I think it should be command higher. I would love like a complaint box for the meetings. You know what I mean?
I have
Obviously,
eagle eyes, bitch.
yes, command, high command, whether some of them are serious and whether some of them are like, hey, Den Shiesty keeps farting on the doorknob, you know?
If he didn't already
I
say
would
yes
I
to
would love
Viv,
to see stuff like that come in.
maybe I would, but I think it's really two-faced.
I have to think about that one a little bit more, but yeah, I would love to see like a high command
Like, how are
complaint
you?
box to come straight from. I am a firm believer in chain of command, right? If an issue can be sorted out by a senior from an officer, that's great. If a senior needs an issue with the sergeant from whatever, you know, whatever,
Like, how are
further
you?
up the chain,
Like,
but
he's not gonna fix the PD with
at the
a
same time, I
complaint
think it would be
box.
interesting to have like that, something like that, because I do think there is a there's some sort of communication barrier that's missing inside the police department right now. And getting directly in touch with the lower ranks, I think, is very important. I do believe that the situations that are happening need to be sorted out from the bottom. I don't think it's a top down kind of thing. I think it's a bottom up kind of thing.
All right. All right. Eve, is there anything you wanted to ask? I don't want to just keep talking over you.
I'm good.
How do you plan on handling internal conflicts in the department, right? So what? I think that Nino's kind of a bitch, right? This is for our department, but say me and Nino were officers, right? I fucking hate him. I can't stand him. We're
I
at
don't
work, we're
care to
bickering, we're
grill
bitching at each
Peters.
other
I don't,
24/7. We're
because
on
I
each
already
other's
know
throats,
how
right?
it's
How do you
gonna
plan on
go.
handling
I
situations?
mean,
He might
internal
do
conflict
okay
needs
for
to
a
stay
bit.
internal. You know what I mean?
He might be
And,
okay for a
I'd
bit,
hope
but
so.
right.
a
So
leopard
the other
doesn't
thing
change his
is I know how to
spots.
play nice. I'm not going to go out to sabotage anyone. Obviously, you're going to butt heads with
A
anyone.
leopard doesn't
It's
change his
bound to happen,
spots.
right?
Like, Peters
Doesn't
is
matter
gonna
what
do the
job you've
same
had. It's like you're
dumbass
not going to
shit
get
that he's
along with
always
everyone. I
done.
think the biggest thing is
I don't see that
communication and
growth.
resolution.
I don't see that
So
growth.
that being said,
He's
it's
still
like,
gonna
you
do
know,
dumbass
I don't
shit
know.
that's gonna
I
get
like to address
the
shit head on.
PD
I feel like
that's
I'm
gonna
an
get the
open
PD
book,
in trouble
and
every single day
what you
when
see is what you
he's
get.
bored, and it's gonna
yeah.
the PD's gonna be under fire. I'm sorry.
How do you
He
feel about the
says
class twos?
he says that Viv is the one that the gangs are gonna
How do
hate.
I think fucking fully automatic guns are awesome.
It's
This is
Tyler's
America.
and Den that the
You
gangs
feel
hate.
like that? You feel like that the police department should have fully automatic weapons?
No, you didn't say that. You just said, how do I feel about class twos?
I can't believe
no,
he
like
said that.
you know what I'm
I
saying.
think
Viv,
every
The only one who
American
has it is the
citizen
fucking
should
police
open a
department.
I
fucking
can't believe
class
Nino
two.
said that Viv
What'd you
is the
say?
people
I
is
think
the
every
gangs.
American
Like, they hate the
citizen should get a
like,
class two when they're
I
born.
can't believe he said that.
Just at birth, you
That's
pop
it.
that bitch out and give it a class 2?
Slap an AR-15 in that baby's hand and give it a bump stock.
Oh Lord.
No, I don't know. I haven't used any of the class 2 stuff, to be 100% honest. I don't know. I don't have any experience with the class 2 stuff, if I'm being completely honest with you. I've heard a horror story about something that happened, which I don't know if I'm at the liberty to talk about right now or not. I'm sure Nino knows what I'm talking about, but that being said, I have no idea what is going on with the class 2s, what the purpose of our class 2s are, especially with criminals having class 1s. I don't think that we need to escalate problems with fucking class 2s when criminals are fucking responding with class 1s. That's just my opinion on that. I'm not sure if that's the answer you're looking for, but
I like that opinion. Because
You
why
don't-
are we going out with class 2s when they only have class 1s?
that's
right?
what I'm saying. Yeah,
and
I
then,
don't.
embarrassingly enough, right, getting completely wiped while
Okay, so you
carrying those
know.
class
Okay,
twos.
so you know.
That's like a, you know, that's in and of itself something else, right? So, you know,
Wait, I'm so
Yeah, so
sorry,
you know
Eagle
exactly
Eye.
what I was referring to.
there's
Okay, yeah,
gotta
I
be
don't
Anonymous,
some-
know
give
why the
stars
fuck
to
we're
Robert and to
taking out
Alex,
these.
appreciate it.
I mean, I don't even know that. Don't get me started. Okay, please.
no, go ahead. I want to hear it.
What training have people done with class twos? Do we have fucking full on? I know there's certs, but I heard a rumor that somebody got certed just for that operation, which seems kind of fucking. I don't know. I don't know if
Oh
that's
my
true or not.
Lord.
I don't know if that's true or not. It's just what I heard. But
Well, they love
I mean,
giving certs like that, so.
yeah, I don't know. That's a whole different issue in itself.
Continue what you're saying.
But yeah, the class 2 thing I think is. I don't know if SOPs have been written on it. I am unaware of anything that's going on. I think attack lead has been established, and SOPs need to be put to paper versus a verbal thing, so we have clear-cut guidelines on that, which I kind of like highlighted in
Also, you're putting somebody
my,
who isn't even command
my
right now
notebook thing.
into a command position,
I
which
think there's a lot of
is-
stuff like that in PD, be it
which
the
is
motor, be it
really,
class
really
2
bad.
stuff. Is I don't know
in my
what any
opinion.
of the
I mean,
I
sure,
don't know what the
people can
basis
get a
of anything
chance to
is.
do
The
this,
baseline,
right?
like, what does a senior fucking do? I mean, I'm
Here's-
only a deputy. I
look-
don't even know what a fucking senior does.
Like,
Which I
look at
think
this
that needs
answer.
a lot. I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole different
Like,
situation.
But you're
That's
only
this
a-
deputy?
answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at this
How long
answer
ago?
right now.
How long have you been officer for?
About 6 months. I transferred.
Like, look at this
Okay.
answer right now.
DPD
He doesn't know most of the standard, like
From
the
where?
operating
Dallas.
procedures.
to Houston to here.
Dallas. Okay.
He,
Good place,
he doesn't
good
know
place.
majority of the operating procedures. He doesn't know.
That's not too long.
That's not too long.
No, it's not too long. Little
Well, 6 months
deputy.
here. I did 5 years down in. Okay, so I did 3 years in Dallas, 2 years in Houston. I was transferred from Dallas to Houston after the incident, and then moved here.
Are you prepared to step it the fuck up if you're chief? That's a big commitment you're doing here for you know, deputy to chief is a very big jump.
Yes, ma'am.
You ready for it?
I wouldn't have any other way.
Okay. All right.
All I know was step it the fuck up.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I just wanted to sound
Okay,
cool.
you just want to say. You had mentioned something of an example of like a working police department, right? What is your idea of that?
Like a cohesive police department?
Yeah, well, like you going off of some. I believe that you said that you were you had like an example or something of that sort.
Yeah, I think so. So right now, there's a lot of issues, right? And look, as far as again, not to compare it to right now, but fluidity, I think fluidity and communication is the most important things in the police department to me. Whether that be radio comms or kind of like interdepartmental to just standard. Hey, this is
If Nino
this
is trolling,
these are the
I
things
don't
that need to
think
get done.
Eve can trust him after this.
For me, there isn't
either.
really anything established right
Like,
now,
if
and
Nino is
I think
seriously
having
trolling,
clear-cut
I don't think Eve
guidelines
can
would
trust him
help
after
people
this.
have a purpose. Part of the issue with retention right now is I feel like people don't come on duty because we don't have a fucking. Again, this is all my opinion. I feel like the police department doesn't have a fucking purpose. It's just not fun to be on duty because you don't know what you're working towards. What are you working towards? A new house, a new car? But I mean, like that's one thing. But at the same time, I believe one of the fundamentals of happiness comes from being a part of a community and working towards something. So that being said, I think success in the police department starts at the bottom. Your officers having purpose, coming on duty, you know, the retention, all of that. And I think you would achieve that by establishing communication along with a purpose for every officer on duty. Obviously, I won't be able to make everybody happy. You know what I mean? That's just the reality of the job. But I could do my fucking best to make sure that the officers come on duty have a like a solid, nurturing, thriving department.
Are you prepared for the mental terrorism that comes with being chief?
And what do you mean mental terrorism?
Are you prepared to just have your brain completely splattered on the ground into a million pieces by complaints by everybody in
Also, Nino's
the
doing
Los
is gonna
Santos as
do
a
like
whole,
the thing
bitching
that
and
happened
complaining
to
about every little
Ruby.
thing that you're doing?
He's gonna put
Damn, I was forged in the hellfires.
he's gonna put Peter's in charge,
I'm sorry?
and then
I was forged in
you
the
know
fires
he's
of
gonna
hell,
have
man.
a ass chief like Ruby, for
By
example,
Satan?
like a
Himself.
Ruby. Like let's say Viv is his ass chief, and his ass chief is gonna do all the work.
Okay.
He is a
So
barrack.
yes.
And did he give you good insight on,
Peters is
mental
a
terrorism?
barrack in comparison. Nino's doing
Hold
the
on one
exact
second. Nino,
same thing
can I
that
talk
Max
to you
is
on the
doing.
sidebar with you for 1 second?
Your meetings with these two.
Okay, well, I just...
You know what? What were we
Just
going to
say it
ask
out loud.
him? Go ahead.
I was going to ask if she was talking about hoppers.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you can answer that too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yes. Okay.
I would have just asked you about hoppers if I wanted to ask you about hoppers. I would have said the little bunny
okay.
rabbits.
I just didn't. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that's what you were insinuating.
No, I'm sure
man.
that
I
you
was
can
trying to
handle
pull-
that,
I was
you
trying
know,
to pull Nino aside to see if this was that sort of situation, but
I'm sure you're used to
apologize,
it by
but-
now, right? So I'm
Oh,
sure
you have
can
no idea.
handle that.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
even for the community, because you're gonna have a bunch of airless brainheads come up to you and complain about shit that you can't control or
Well, I have to. Yes. So that being said, on a serious note, I do believe so. Conflict, confrontation, resolution, problem solving are literally my favorite things on fucking
You guys
Earth.
chat. I'm gonna make this call real quick.
So that being said, obviously, like I said, I know for a fact I'll never be able to make everyone happy, not anyone. It's hard enough. Fucking can't even make my wife happy.
you can't make your wife happy.
No,
Why
I'm
not?
just fucking around. I can't.
No, why can't you make your wife
No,
happy?
I can make her happy.
Well, it didn't sound like you can make it happy.
It was a
Why can't
joke.
you
I
make
was
it
trying
happy?
to. I'm trying to. Tilly, I'm trying to make. I'm
Well,
trying to
I'm
make
just wondering.
lighthearted.
Now I'm curious on why you can't make your wife happy. If you can't make your wife happy, how are you supposed to make the fucking police department happy, huh?
Yeah, good home life. Okay, I made her so happy she's about to pop my kid out. That's how happy I make her.
Okay. And do you plan on injecting your seed into the police department and watching it grow?
Yes, fully penetrated.
Fully
No
penetrated?
lube, consensually.
No lube consensually
Mhm.
into the police department. Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
all right.
So going back to that, like you were saying, not to get too far off topic, but yeah, as far as that goes, like having my brain splattered and all of that. I know, like I was saying, I'll not be able to make everyone happy. I think every complaint situation, be it from a civilian or an officer, needs to be listened to. From there, I need to act accordingly. And yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to be bringing up something to Nino, actually, that I haven't talked to him about. But, I have an entire thing I'm working on, right, for the hiring structure of the police department to make it a little better.
Okay.
How would you feel about a 3-person panel for hiring? This is pre-hiring, so before it actually goes to the hiring position. A 3-panel person consisting of someone from the mayor's office, a police officer, and a civilian / someone who is actively a gang member or something of that sort, who come together for pre-hiring of these people and will then vote if these people go on to possibly be in the police department.
I think that would be amazing. As far as like hiring as the chief, I do believe that I have to empower people to take over kind of like their positions. So I mean, whoever was in charge of P&T or I saw fit to take over that, and then kind of I guess consulted with you guys or did the panel with. I think that would be absolutely amazing.
Would you be okay with a civilian / criminal or someone of the Los Santos environment who's not an officer being involved in that process?
It's a 3-person panel. If
Mhm.
if
You guys
I
have a
think,
drink by any chance?
yeah, I got you. There you go. Like if you guys are coming from the best place where you want to see the police department succeed, I mean, ultimately that's what I want. And I do want to work alongside you guys and the marshals to make sure everything succeeds. If that is an option and collectively decided on, you think it's the best fit, 100%. I think that's amazing. I would put forward a name that I would like to see on this panel, though.
Yeah, no, that's how it would go. So it would be like someone that you guys have put forward, right? Someone from the mayoral campaign, and then a civilian.
So
And
the civilian, I would definitely want to talk about.
mhm. It was just an idea. I was just throwing forward.
I think it's a
still talked to Nino
possibility.
about it.
At this point, I don't think anything. I shouldn't say I don't think anything, but I think there's probably very few ideas that are bad ideas as far as retention and getting people hired that will fucking be around.
I'm gonna cook on it more, and I'll talk to you about it another time.
Okay.
Miss Eve.
I'm good. I think you should be worried if Eve doesn't say
Eve
anything.
and I have beef.
Say again?
You guys want to talk about
I
it?
said Eve and I have beef. I'm able to set that aside though, Eve, if you are.
No,
Wait, what's
no,
going on between you two?
The guild.
No, I'm able to.
Are we good?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
bring my
good.
personal issues to my work environment ever.
Okay, I thought maybe that's why you didn't want to talk to me none.
No, I've asked what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
You guys want to talk about like the beef? I
lighthearted.
feel like we should talk about it. I feel like this is
Lighthearted.
No,
Well, it all started.
that's personal. I don't bring that into my work environmentally.
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. How do you feel about Nino?
I've always liked Nino. You know what? Nino was I actually called him when he was running, and he kind of he broke down policy what
They
he was
don't
running
understand I'm
based
pissed
off
at Nino.
of, and I mean he's always
They
made
don't
time for me. It's been
understand. I'm
absolutely
pissed at
amazing.
Nino. I don't care
dealing
about
with him and
Peters at
talking to him.
all.
What about Brian Knight?
Who?
Brian Knight?
Oh,
You know
that
who
guy's a
is?
prick, kind of.
Okay. I was just
He asked me what the difference between RS and PC was.
What is the
and-
difference between RS and PC?
Well, our reasonable suspicion would be reasonably assuming that a crime has been committed. So not based off of facts, like a reasonable person coming into a situation and being like, okay, this has happened. Now I need to be able to detain this person, which does not it does not warrant you to search a person. All it does is give you permission or to be able to detain them. Or probable cause would be the same situation, but having facts and evidence that lead to that situation happening. So for instance, hey, there's a guy in a red shirt with a gun waving around at Senior Buns, and we get down there, there's a guy with a red shirt but no gun, right? So I have reasonable suspicion to believe that individual could have the gun, so I could detain him and frisk him. Where probable cause would be just showing up and seeing the guy waving the fucking gun
At this
around.
point, I'm just gonna go resurrect Bass, man.
All right.
So what I said to Brian Knight one time, he's like, what's the difference between RS and PC? And I started the sentence with basically, and he said, you sound like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And then he just drove away.
Well, I mean, whenever you say it that way, it does sound like you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, it scared me. It's like my third day on duty, and this guy shows up and he's throwing his dick around.
Well, yeah, he's kind of a prick, like you said. So
No, I got to be careful.
yeah, you should hear some things that I hear about him. We won't talk about him though. I mean,
Okay, all right.
you know, it's it is what it is. But
And I do think that every officer needs to know the fucking they need to know the definition of RS versus PC and explain it. That's fucking number one. And if they don't, guess what? They need to collect materials from me. You like that, Nino?
oh, that's your plan.
Well, Nino was talking about
So like your punishments, right?
corrective action. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Your punishments, okay? I, Tilly Winters, work at the police department, right? I do something stupid. Let's say I don't know. What's something dumb I can do? I don't work for the police department. I don't know. Any
You take a
scenarios.
dump on the doorstep of the guild.
Yep. And then they come to you and they complain about it. They said Chili's shitty, literally, I guess. And she took a dump on my doorstep, right? How do you punish me in not a sexual way?
What the fuck? What, ma'am? I am. Okay.
I was just putting that out there.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So anyway, that being said, I mean, something like that is I'd probably sit you down. First, I'd inform you what you did wrong, why you did wrong,
Tyler,
how not
what?
to do wrong. And then after that, let's say we're moving to DAPS, which I think the current state of DAPS is it's looked at as a punishment versus corrective action. I think the situations like this shouldn't come from punishment, but more discipline. That being said, something small like that, I probably make you go on duty as a fucking trash officer and go clean up wherever you took a shit at.
Okay, I like that.
Something-
Let's role play it. All right.
Okay.
I'm in your
I'm not
office.
very good at
Okay.
that.
I know. But anyway. I'm in your office, okay? All right. I'm sitting there, right? I just took a shit on the
Maybe 'cause
guild's doorstep. You
been
walk in,
back?
what's the first thing you say to me?
You've been a bad girl.
Okay. Nino,
What?
he's hitting on me.
I'm not hitting on you, ma'am.
This is your meeting.
Okay, on a serious note,
You know,
I
it's
don't
okay, though,
I
but
call
he
You
you
got
out.
this, Tilly. You got
Nino
this, Kamala.
spanks me, so
Okay,
that's-
I
that is-
understand.
well, that's
I've been
good.
I've been a very bad girl, Mr. Tyler. I'm so sorry.
Stop. I wouldn't say that. Okay, I'd sit you down and say, hey, first I'd ask you if you knew why you were here right now. So,
Okay,
Tilly,
so
why are you here
ignoring
right
the
now?
bad girl thing, right?
But yeah, we are not
Okay,
doing
all right,
the bad girl
Sorry,
thing.
Jesus
Okay?
Christ, you fucking started it. All right. I'm so sorry, sir. I took a massive dump on the guild's doorstep. They deserve it. They kind of suck.
Okay, why do they deserve it, Tilly?
It's just what kind of name is the guild? I don't feel like that.
Well, Tilly, let me tell you something. They're a bunch of nerd fucks, but they're entitled to be nerd fucks. Okay, you know they live there? You know you just desecrated that entire community by leaving a steaming pile of shit there? In fact, I didn't even know you could shit that much, Tilly. It's quite disgusting. What have you been eating?
Respectfully, Mr. Tyler, desecrate this.
Okay, Tilly. What you did was wrong. You took a big fat steaming shit. There were little pieces of corn in it. Everybody was disgusted. Lando actually puked when he came up, made him sick. He had to go to the hospital. So because that happened, you're going to be suspended for 30 minutes and you're going to be instructed to clean up trash around their house. I hope this
I
doesn't
like that.
happen. I hope this doesn't happen in the future. Otherwise, we'll have to take things to the next level.
Next time it'll be on your doorstep, Mr. Tyler.
I'm going to get the paddle.
Okay. Is that a threat or a promise, Mr. Tyler?
I'll leave that one up to you, ma'am.
Why are we even doing this?
All right. Conversation has went elsewhere. So
Yes, ma'am.
I like you, Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's your last name again?
Peters.
Peters. Do you prefer to go by Tyler or Peters?
Whatever's easier. It doesn't matter to me.
I'm gonna do Peters, Mr. Peters.
Okay.
What's up with the random decision of this? Because I did not know that you even wanted this position until about 45 minutes ago. So
I didn't even know that it was an option to put my name forward, if I'm being 100% honest with you.
you didn't know.
I had no idea.
You can tell him what led to it.
What led to me doing this?
Yeah, me bringing it up.
Yeah, so I mean, Nino and Snow, Albert King. Okay, redo. Nino and Mr. King had a meeting the other day, and they were kind of talking about, I think it was just kind of like current status and everything that was going on in the PD. And Nino basically said, like, the list of applicants that I'm going to consider, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically the consideration list was extremely short. There was only a few people on that. And I was like, well, fuck, like, where do I fucking apply? And basically I said that. And then he said, talk to me after this meeting. And I would just basically listen to him and Albert King and what they were talking about, current grievances, how to fix certain situations. And after that was all said and done, I got a hold of Nino and I came in and I didn't know what it was going to lead to. So I was ill prepared. And Nino basically gave me a shot. He said, look, it sounds like you need to get your shit together. Come back tomorrow and tell me why you want to be the chief of police. And we'll go from there. So that's when, I ended up going to academy. I was there. I was around for like 12 or 13 hours. Got up early this morning, and then just kind of like wrote all that stuff down and headed to talk to Nino.
Okay. How'd you feel about the academy? You think that? How'd you feel about the training at the academy? I guess.
I think it was good. So they got Declan Crane, who is kind of crazy, but he's very stern but fair. He did. I think Declan did an amazing job yesterday. One of the things I know from my academy, I was very fortunate in that I had prior experience, but we were basically told to do stuff without the reasoning behind it, which I feel like a lot of the officers current hired know how to do things, but they don't know why. They're like
I can't
monkeys
believe
in
Nino
the
said
jungle, just
Viv
flinging their
made
poo around.
Mr. K a
you know,
criminal.
they don't know.
I'm
awkward,
still
you
thinking
know.
about it.
What?
I feel like that
To
is
be in
his
that
only
situation.
reason
Yeah. So
for going
that being
back on
said,
Viv
Declan,
because of that.
Declan and
I'm still
Aspen
like, I
Gray
can't believe
ran
he
it,
said that. I feel like
and
Nino's
they broke
smarter than
down
that.
kind of like not only the how you do things, but
If
why,
that
which
is
I
his
think
only
is
reason
very
for going back
important in
on
the
Viv,
training
that's fucking
situations.
crazy.
So
And I feel like it is.
all in all, I'd say it went really well.
I feel like that swayed his whole opinion on Viv, which is crazy to me.
All right. You know, I mean, I asked all the questions that I feel like I wanted to ask. You know, you seem nervous coming in here, but you seem a little better now.
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting that, but you know,
He-
hey, when
he
push comes to
lost the
shove, you gotta
court
fucking step it
case.
up, right?
Yeah, I always get a little
He
nervous
lost.
when Nino
Mr.
calls
K
me too. So I
lost
feel
a
ya.
court case against Viv.
Okay, and you
That is
said
what
you
happened.
how'd you say you felt about Viv again? You said you like Viv, right?
Yeah, I think Viv is good. The I think one of the most important things with Viv is kind of like she's around. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Going back to retention and stuff, she's always a familiar face. I mean, just the other day I called and asked her about charges that should be pushed on individuals for a report I had to, and I think she's amazing.
Say we did make you chief, right? Who would be your very first choice for someone who is under you? Or like
I believe Viv.
assistant chief.
Viv's the only person I can think of, to be 100% honest.
Okay.
I think McNulty's amazing as well, but I think McNulty would excel more in the field. Albert King is leaving. He'd be another choice, but that being said, I think he's going where his heart kind of like leads him to. It's honestly, and this isn't a knock at Viv either, but I see why Nino was having a hard time trying to figure out who he would put forward, because I don't know, with the current state of PD, I don't know who the fuck I would pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a difficult.
That is actually fucking crazy now that I think about it.
I had mentioned to Nino before you came here that I thought that it might be a little difficult between you and Viv, because I think that you guys are both a little hard-headed in your decision making. I feel like you guys, when you feel a certain way about something, you feel very there's not a lot that can change your minds. You know what I mean? How are you going to handle situations with Viv whenever you guys both see a certain way about something and can't seem to agree with it?
So, so that's actually a really good question. Something I was thinking a lot about. I think you do need like a yin and a yang. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And part of the things is I don't want, regardless of like chief or whatever, it's like you don't always want somebody agreeing with
Oh,
you.
no,
I
we
think it's
can't listen
important
to
to
Pedro
again
right
approach
now.
situations with an open
Can't
mind.
listen to Pedro
But
right now.
you know,
it's not the vibe.
from conflict comes resolution. Not in a negative sense, you know what I mean? I think arguing is healthy. Fighting is a completely different issue, but I would hope that regardless of whoever I choose, again, whoever is chosen, that they're able to maturely disagree to be able to find a fucking solution, and just always hope that I can remember the choices the decisions I'm making aren't based off of my emotions, but what is best for the police department.
All right.
I can't believe Tilly is eating all of this up. This
Well,
is crazy.
I feel like I have ran you dry of questions, not sexually.
I'm always wet, ma'am.
You should teach Nino your ways. Eve, did you have any questions?
I am good, thank you, Tilly.
So can I ask a few questions?
Sure.
So what is it that you are obviously there's an issue with the police department. What are you guys looking for?
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
what is it that the
Nino
number
wants
one
a
thing
yes,
you want to see
ma'am.
change in the police department? What is it?
Nino wants a yes, ma'am.
Eve, do you want to answer that first?
No, I'm good.
Like is public relations? I know we're kind of like in the shitter.
What I want to like see?
Yeah, what do you want to see come out of the police department?
I guess I kind of have like a vision of what I'm looking at, right? I have a vision of what I'm looking for, and I feel like my vision
I have nothing
aligns
to
a
do
lot
with the
with
police
Nino's
department.
vision, and that's for the betterment of the police department as a whole, not with just the police department, but with also, criminals and civilians as well. My idea with police department and with chief is to have someone who's going to be understanding of somebody who comes from all likes and all environments. So somebody
I'm
like the dean, the dens,
I like
whatever.
everything Viv
Someone like the
said.
dens, and somebody who is kind of outside the box.
Say that again. What about the dens and outside the box?
Just how do I explain this?
You want to see that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I agree. I think I know Den has had his issues in the past. I think he's been treated unfairly, but say what you want about Den, that motherfucker is always around and everybody knows who he is. And whether he's right or wrong, he's always trying
Like
to do
if
his
I wanted
best.
to be involved in the PD, I would be PD.
I guess my
like,
idea is to just be able to have like a cohesive police department where
Eve
all of
just-
those people
Eve
can
just cares
exist
about
and be
business.
in a cohesive environment. Because I think that'll be best for not just. It sounds like it's not best for the
At the end of
criminals,
the
but
day,
it will
like
be
my
because
opinion
they're able to
doesn't
interact
matter.
with
Like
all different types of
it
life
doesn't
and
matter.
be
Like
able
this
to
Nino throwing
expect
this
something
on
different
us right
every
now
time.
just shows
From,
it
the
really
police
doesn't
department.
matter.
I don't really
So
think it's
why
about the police department as a whole.
what I say
more of
right
the people
now
who are in it
would
and under a certain
matter.
chief
Like
who's
it
going to lead
doesn't.
them
It just
in a
doesn't.
good way.
Me speaking right now doesn't matter
Yeah, I agree.
at all.
And then as far as like working, I'm sorry, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I see a lot of potential in you, mainly because I feel like you can kind of give a vision of, I guess, the things I'm looking for. My opinion doesn't matter that much, but I feel like as a
I would
whole,
disagree though. I think the public's opinion of the PD is huge right now. Moving from Houston to here, in the past for me it didn't feel like it was the police department. Like you had your gangs and stuff, right? And it's like you'd have your gang beef, but it just didn't feel like it was every gang constantly versus the police department, and that's the focus. And right now, it's like you come here, and not only the like from a gang level, but even from a civilian level, it's like, yo, fuck the police. So I think being able to like foster the community or work towards relations is really fucking important. So I guess that's why I'm kind of like asking you, and why I said what you said is important. Starting with the mayor's office, I do believe would be an amazing thing. It seems like I know Eve has a decent relationship with a lot of the city. Tilly, I don't know you too well, but I'm assuming it's the same with you. Same goes for Nino. So
I think you will be the most important part of the police department if you're choosing as chief. I think the chief is the most important part of the police department because you will be the reason that people come to work. I mean, not exactly the reason people come to work, but a huge reason that people come to work because they're going to come to work to either, because they want to eventually work up the ranks, but mostly because they want somebody who they can come to work every day and enjoy.
yes, ma'am.
I think you seem very enjoyable.
Oh,
I
I
think you seem
appreciate
very
that.
fun. If I worked for the police department, I'd want to come in and, be able to be around somebody who's going to make it more enjoyable and make the environment more enjoyable. So,
Well, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Tilly, just stop asking me questions. Do not do it again.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to listen. If I'm taking up too much of your time, you guys got something to do. You guys could
Oh,
always
you're
come
good.
in.
okay, plenty of time.
Any other questions or anything you want to say there, Peters?
No, I mean that's it. Working alongside of you, I think is the biggest thing. Input is a great thing. I really do. I think
I'm saving my little
I can't
bottle
stress
of
enough how
of-
much like I just
of,
want to
like-
see the police department thrive. I know it has
I'm
potential,
saving
and
my
I guess
little
that's it at
bottle
the end of the
of
day.
pressure
I'm
for Nino.
willing to die
like,
trying, and that's all I can say to you guys.
Tyra, I need you to chill in the comments
right.
about Tilly.
Thank you for your time, Barrett.
We appreciate it. Did you see Barrick?
What the fuck?
Sorry, you kind of gave
Oh,
Barrett
Lord.
vibes there.
Why did I give Barrett? Am I in the hills? I guess we are in the hills, and I did
Well,
a
I
little
mean,
bit
yeah,
of
BCSO.
ERP.
Oh,
So-
my Lord.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. I will see you guys.
Maybe.
You take care, Peters.
I look forward to the future.
Bye, Barrick.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, I'll go fuck myself.
You could do it to your wife instead. I think she's lonely.
She's not. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I gave it to her this morning.
Okay, I'm sure you did.
No lube.
Oh, but ugh.
I need some fucking food and drink.
I got you. Come here. Actually, I don't have anything to drink, but I can give you some food.
Thank you. All right, Eve, speak your mind.
I just don't see the point in me and Tilly doing this if you're still not going to value our opinions when you've been sitting on your feelings of not wanting to choose Viv for 5 days and you can't be honest with us or at least the rest of the cabinet and just Tilly, and it still doesn't matter.
I think it does. I think, listen, your feelings are valid, right?
I don't care about my feelings, I care about my opinion.
But, yeah, okay. But we'll call it an opinion, call it a feeling. But, I can't help but you have to understand that what I've been telling Tilly is something that I've been feeling very internally. It's not something that and I think I've voiced some of those concerns in the meetings. Now, did I voice those opinions more openly with Tilly? Well, ended my day. Absolutely. But I think Eve, you gotta understand that, in the evening, it's me and Tilly, right? It's not like these things were intentionally held from you. They're just it could have been Tilly, it could have been Lang, it could have been anybody, right? Tilly just happens to be in the cabinet. Now they were voiced and they weren't like held from you. But I think those internal thoughts slowly became a little bit more vocalized. Most of it kind of came to fruition after I did speak with a good cop leaving for the marshals. I think that's where the dooming in my head got higher. I do understand where you're coming from, but that's exactly why I wanted you here to have a chat with him. I think if your opinions weren't considered or valid, well, this meeting wouldn't have happened, right?
Okay, then how
Now
does...
giving you an opportunity to not only speak to him, but also brought this up to you to begin with. I
Then
would have
how
just made the
does-
decision.
How does your vision of chief of police going from you don't want a yes man like Barrick go from Tyler is exactly gonna be that yes man. He's saying everything you want to hear, and he's going to be another Barrick. He's going to choose a strong Ruby as his ass chief, and we're just repeating everything that Max did.
And that's why we're having this conversation, right?
Yeah, but
And
I
so
still feel like your mind is made up. So why are we doing this?
I don't think it's made up. I think you might be thinking that.
Well, I do, because if you're just here, you know, jerking the chain, then I'm not going to be really happy about it.
Eve, we wouldn't be having this conversation if a decision was already made. I would have walked into the. I mean, you've worked with me long enough. If I make a decision, the decision's made.
Because if he's really up for chief, then I would ask that we go back to that office, spend another week calling in exactly the same people, and ask them their opinions on him being chief. Because this man just said he doesn't know what roles and what a captain does above him. He just said all of those things. He said he doesn't know what duties a majority of the department does. He doesn't know what standard operating procedures a majority of the department does. That is what this man just said.
I think you misinterpreted him. He was pointing at the fact that they're undefined roles, which is the exact answer we got from 2 other officers during interviews.
But he's also trying to come back into a department. He's trying to come back into a department that he doesn't know how it's being run. So he needs a paper pusher below him to tell him how it's being run.
Wait, what's being run?
The LSPD, because he's in a whole different department.
It's important to consider the fact that him not being in a command role, he inherently would not have the information, right? Just as, Ash, who's working closely with you, were to come in and she was asked questions about some of the details that we have discussed in the meeting room, she wouldn't have that information as it is not public. I think holding him as a non-option due to lacking information that he would not be privy to would be rather unfair. Now, look, should I have told Viv that she's the likely candidate? Look, that was a mistake. But I can sit here and ignore my deep-seated feelings that have been growing over the last couple days and say, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to go with the choice. It was the first one I made. And regardless of what the outcome is, so be it. Or alternatively, as more information comes in and my comfort level rises, I need to consider those options. If I ignore new information, what good am I? Now, am I ready to jump the gun and say this is the new chief? Absolutely not. Do I think we stick with Viv's choice and completely ignore that we've just in the last 2 days gotten information that, number one, we have one of the best officers moving to the marshals. Number two, recent concerns about Viv coming up. We just ignore that and just say go with it.
Have you spoken to Viv about those concerns?
I just got off the phone with her. Here's the thing, right? Well, I mean, listen, you tell me, Eve. Should I not be concerned about this new information? We not consider the options? What do you think, Eve?
I don't know what the concerns are. I don't know what the scenario is.
What is the new information?
Albert King going to the marshals now.
I don't know who that is.
That he's cop the frequent shift 1. New information includes having cops come in and being completely and absolutely uninterested in any high command role. I've never seen that before. Number 3, lack of interest in developing the LSPD. Number 4, very little plan of how to actually boost morale.
Okay, but can I stop you there?
Number 5,
what is
Cornwood
this?
coming in yesterday, and long discussion I had with him yesterday evening, where he highlights some of the concerns about the enjoyment of being on duty that goes beyond,
What?
you know, patrolling the streets and writing the reports. And so I started to see a side of things that I hadn't previously.
What do
Is
any
it
of
true that
these
everyone?
what do any of these concerns have to do with Viv in the present? She's not even chief of police yet. And Cornwood's concerns
Okay.
are none of your concerns because he isn't even LSPD, no?
He. What do you mean? Why would
He's
it not be my concern?
he's BCSO.
He still brings experience, and he was in the LSPD. BCSO is only like what, 8 weeks old?
Still, I've heard you say, but that's not our problem multiple times when things like that in the north do occur. So why isn't this handled the same way? And I feel like that's Cornwood's issue because Cornwood was on Max's panel, and he could have solved these issues himself if he really wanted to.
I don't think Cornwood's opinion should be invalidated because he's in the BCSO and he hasn't been around for 3 weeks.
Okay, I agree, but I do not see how all of these equate to
Otherwise, we have
Viv.
to invalidate every opinion by every officer that is inherently not looking to become chief. We have to
Again,
invalidate Den's opinion. We have to invalidate, you know, every single individual. Why would we invalidate Cornwood arbitrarily?
okay, again, how does this equate to Viv?
What do you mean?
You bring up all these concerns about morale, about this and that, but how does it equate to Viv?
Vivian was a choice out of necessity due to the lack of options. Even with Viv in place and conversations that we've had with her directly with everybody in the room, it was, she was told she needs to bring and set forward who is going to be her number two, who is going to be her foil. And in the last week, there has not been a single representative. The clearest answer that she has provided so far is Sky Faye in Shift 3. There is zero. There is going to be a gaping hole in Shift 2. And Peters is an option. Now, my question would become, right, and I want to highlight this once again, there has been no decision, which is why there's a conversation and why you were brought to not only discuss here, but spoke with Peters. So let's dial it back and say, all right, has a decision been made? No. Am I open to changing my mind? 1000%. Who is going to be running Shift 2? That cannot be ignored.
But you're never going to clear all of the shifts, am I correct?
I'm not going to what?
There's never going to be a choice where whoever is chosen is going to be available in all of the shifts. You have somebody
Correct.
in shift
Let
one.
me re-ask the question. I think I wasn't clear. Vivian Gray is a Shift 1 chief of police, right? Let's say, hypothetically, the demand and requirement is that the assistant chief needs to be in Shift 2. Without having a member of high command there, that PD is gonna fail. This has been stated multiple times over the last 2 weeks. As of the hope was McNulty. He doesn't want the position. So then who fills the gap? That has been the missing piece. And that missing piece has not been filled and
This
has
is very frustrating
been the
because
root cause of my dooming the last 2-3 days.
this is very
Now
frustrating.
we can just say, all right, let's just let the PD, solve that on their own accord. But that is That would be extremely negligent for me to do. That's why we brought up Jimbo. That's why Tilly was brought in Jimbo's name. But as we saw, that name was not you know, he had his faults, but you know, I think we saw ourselves that he wasn't ready, nor did anyone actually want him.
I like Jimbo.
Yeah, I mean, he's good. I think
I thought he was ready.
needs
I
more
just don't
time
think anybody wanted him.
to bake, though.
I'm still very.
Here-
I know. I'm still trying to understand how everything you've heard in the past 48 hours equates to it being Viv's problem.
I think
Can you give concrete examples of like why you changed your mind?
I think that
like, you know, hold on, you know, that's like
yeah.
you saying that Tyler's ending up in BCSO was Viv's doing. Like that, everything you're telling me in the past
Wait,
48
how?
hours. No, but that's how I understand it. You're saying, you know, Cornwood coming to you and saying that, you know, there's an issue, and you know, Albert King leaving shift 1. All of these examples you're giving me, and like I can equate that to somehow Peter's ending up in BCSO because he didn't like LSPD. All of this you're telling me is me trying to compute how you not choosing Viv is Viv's fault when she hasn't done anything
Wait,
yet.
how is any of that Viv's fault? I'm confused.
That's what I'm asking you, because you changed your mind in the past 48 hours because all these people came to you saying there's issues, and
No. I think you're misunderstanding.
that's what it
I
sounds
think-
like.
Yeah, I know, and I'm telling you, it's not.
Then how is Viv not the top pick anymore?
None of this is Viv's fault. Let's be clear about that.
Okay, then explain to me
I don't-
how you went from her being top choice to
because
not
she was the
considered.
only choice. I'm gonna state this again. She was the only choice, and I think it's been rather clear that she has been the only choice.
Eve's confusion is because she's directly asking you what is wrong with Viv, and instead of answering it, you kind of bring up all of these other things like Albert and these things when she's asking this question, and she doesn't understand.
I don't think I realized how fucked this PD was, and I think the last, you know, the deeper we go, do we at baseline agree that the LSPD is fucked?
Obviously, yes.
Right. And as I continue to dive deeper, that clarity becomes a lot more clear. Now, is Viv suited for the role? Absolutely. Was she the only choice? Yes. Is there another option on the table? Yes. Is after the days of cooking for her to come up with a plan, is there still a hole in shift 2? Yes. So do I go and say, you know what? Let me ignore these other options and set Viv on a road to failure? I can't do that to her.
What?
Do I ignore the, you know, the further information that I've gotten over the last 3 days? Do I just ignore it and say, well, I told Viv, you know, in the blue, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. You're going to be chief. Do I stick with that when I got an option? No, I think that'd be foolish.
So why don't you tell her just about the shift 2 problem, and
We spoke to her about that.
so you're not giving her the chance to fix it, but you want to preemptively fix it for her by not giving her the chance to do it? Because the
How's
person
she gonna fix it?
the person she had as an option didn't want it. So
How is she gonna fix it?
Okay, how are you gonna fix it? You want to put
What
somebody
do you mean
there
pairing
with,
these two?
you want to pair them, but you want to make
Yes.
Peters the Barrack and her the Ruby.
We haven't made that decision yet.
Okay, but that's an option.
Yeah, 100%.
An option that we know fails.
As is Viv How do we know it's gonna fail?
Because we've had a Barrack and a Ruby and it's failed.
Okay, they are not Barrack and Ruby.
I see a Barrack and you literally called him Barrack.
Right. But that now we're just listen. Let's get back to some semblance of using logic here.
Okay,
They're not Barrack and Ruby. I mean, now we're
not call
turning
him
the
Barrack?
conversation. Listen, Eve. Listen. Look, let's cut the let's cut through this. I understand you're upset that I'm having a change of thought. I understand you got the feeling that I may have been hiding some things from the rest of the cabinet. I can understand that there is going to be some animosity between that, and I can apologize. However, let's dial it back to thinking about these options and not going into hyperbole.
Okay,
That's not going to
I'm gonna
advance this
stop you,
conversation.
Nino. I can
Yeah.
differentiate being upset and treating this
I'm
with
so
a
sorry,
professional
EagleAye.
manner. So I do not
There's
appreciate you
gotta be
saying
an
that
Eve Summers
I'm getting
porn
any
star.
sort of emotional feeling with the situation. I can have a clear mind when addressing these things. So if we can move on from that, I would appreciate that as well.
Thank you. Okay. So let's run it back. Why not Peters as chief and Viv as ass chief? Or flip it to Vivian as chief and Peters as the ass chief.
Real quick, I just want you to I'm not sure if you're gathering the understanding of why the frustration I feel like is happening here. I think a lot of the frustration is just coming from we've done like this entire week we've done a lot of work in deciding the factor of like these interviews of who is going to be in that position and kind of scouting of who we thought would be good in that position, and then kind of really randomly you were just like, well, here's Peters, and now I want him here. And it hasn't really been like ever talked about. So it kind of feels like the last week or two has been very much why? Like, what do we do it for?
Yeah, and I asked if the situation was going to be reversed, if Peters was really considered as the chief, I would ask us to do the exact same and have all those people come in again and just be fair to the process. That is exactly what I'm asking.
And I think that's certainly something we got to consider. But here's the feedback I feel like I'm getting is
What?
he shouldn't be anywhere close to the LSPD.
What?
Even before we even go down those steps,
Huh?
I want to make sure you two are comfortable with it.
What?
And like I said, I hope you recognize that had I made this call myself, the conversation with you two that we're having now would not have happened. I would not have brought you down here to begin with.
I appreciate that, but me and Tilly aren't directly involved in the PD. Our feelings about the situation does not equate to the success of the PD. At the end of the day, if you choose Peters as the chief, I would accept it and just, deal with the consequences or the success of it. I can live with that and deal with it. My worry is just that flip-flopping like this, in a sense, I'm just worried about our image, and I just do not want to go down the same route as what Max did. That's my only concern, honestly.
I have no idea what Max did, other than where is Max's relationship with this? And as for image, I mean, who gives a fuck about the image?
I do.
But yeah, when we got grinders on Twitter freaking out about tow pay going down, we got sanitation workers freaking out over material, but can't even collect a little bit of data. We got, Croc knocking on the door saying that he got fired inappropriately because he did a bunch of dumb shit. When we got Den who's saying, hey, we got to hire 40 individuals into the PD to I mean, I think it's you know, image is valuable up to a degree, but ultimately we are the ones that make the decisions. And those decisions, regardless of what they are gonna have a lot of pushback.
I agree. Nobody
People
is ever going to be happy with anything you do. That's just how life is. But I feel like we have some sort of responsibility to at least not piss off literally everybody like Max did. I want to be better than that.
I don't know who could be pissed off, but I want to hear this. Who would be pissed off? Maybe there's an angle that I'm just not seeing it from Eve, and I want you to shed some light on that.
When I think of our position in the mayor's office, I think about every choice we can make, every path we can go down, and I think about who is the most important pillars of where we stand. It would be the gangs, the PD, and then the civilians. And then you have to think about every choice you make and where you go from there. And in every choice you make, somebody's going to be upset and people are going to be happy. I feel like when we make those decisions, even though they might be hard decisions, some people are going to be more happy than others. And does that mean that some decisions are going to be harder than others? Yes. In this situation, I'm not too sure because, like I said, I would put my head down and accept if we make one of these choices above the others, either or. I just think that we might have a better outcome if we do the one over the other.
And what is that
Wait,
outcome?
one or the other. Wait, just to be clear, like pick a chief and let them cook. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
As opposed to ensuring a pairing.
I mean, I already feel like if we talk to Viv and already nudged her towards Peters, I feel like it would still be a good pairing. And it seems like Peters is already open for Viv already
Oh,
as an ass chief.
I agree. I agree. That's why I'm trying to like reel us back a little bit here, right? Because the discussion about like, are we going to talk to Viv? Are we going to push in? All those things are very relevant. I want to be. I want to re-outline this. No decision has been made.
I think
What
Nino
I want to understand
approached
from you
this-
guys right in this
I
moment
think Nino approached this in the worst possible way.
is Peter's a good choice? And then let's move on to the next. Because if you tell me right now, right, that Peter's is an absolutely disastrous decision, and you convince me, then that option is off the table.
I don't think it's disastrous. I just see a lot of flaws.
I hope you understand, Eve. Look, I am not the best at expressing my internal thoughts, right? The closest that has heard it is probably Tilly, and it wasn't that Tilly got it because she's special or whatever. It's because she heard the blunt end of my. She asked me what is wrong.
I like that he
and
thinks
I
that
just
I'm upset
ranted.
about this at all.
And it wasn't even like ranting, like I've been holding it in. It's like what was deep seated in the back of my mind, and it's things that I was
I like that
sort
he
of
thinks
trying
that
to
I'm
ignore
upset
as
about
being a
this.
problem. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And in the same way, I feel like right now, I want to hear what you're thinking. Like, I want to understand exactly where you're coming from because I want to know exactly why it could be a problem, so I can understand.
The fact that I didn't ask questions, I was just purely observing because I was listening to his answers more so than adding on to things that could influence his answers. I was listening to the fact that, firstly, I already brought up all of my concerns. I already told you that he's in a whole other department. He has no idea what's going on in the department that you want to make him chief of police of. That's a concern. He doesn't know a majority of the things that he should know. He's not been in a command position. Does that mean he shouldn't get a chance to be in a command position? No, not at all. I think everybody should have a fair chance in doing that. I agree with that. He should definitely be able to go into that position. He can probably take this time to learn. Is it the time for him to learn? I don't think so. I think that the LSPD is in such a shit place right now that it is not the time for somebody to come in to a place for them to come and learn the ropes. Would he be able to learn the ropes as chief? Yes. Would he be able to learn the ropes as chief of police when he's thrown into the deep end? No, because I do not think it's fair on the LSPD to do that to them. That is my opinion.
I think this is okay. Yeah. Look. I think there's a part of the equation that I should probably put out there.
Why ask my
When
opinion
there
if you're
are
going to be
6 cops on duty,
defensive?
there is no LSPD.
Why
It's a roster of 150 people.
Why ask
with
my opinion if you're
90%
going
of
to
them
hit
that
back
don't show
on
up.
everything I say?
The LSPD is pretty much, probably, if you count on your fingers, 12 individuals. There is no PD. It's a fractured skeleton. And what ends up being developed over the next 3 months, ideally, becomes something with a little bit of meat on it. And I know that's going to sound savage as hell, but that's what the numbers show. There's 12 cops on duty this morning. 12. That's between both departments. From the way, from where I'm sitting, it's, I have to ask myself, who is LSPD? I don't think Barrick and, Barrick's probably going to be out. Who knows what Ruby's fate is? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's like, what is there even to begin with? It may fundamentally, regardless of who's leading it, is going to need to build something up.
I think that's evident, yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Peter's getting put in place. That's going to feel a certain way. Undoubtedly. There is going to be that feeling of, hey, I've been doing this in the LSPD. I stuck around. I needed to be at the top. That's true. But that's only, I think that's, it would, to me, it would be the equivalent of someone from an old mayor's cabinet expecting that they should be the next one sitting at the top. Or similarly, in any other, organization. But I want to roll back to my original question, right? What about Peters? Because I want to talk constructively about him as to what your genuine thoughts are about it, and I want to deep dive into that. And to make it less about, because we showed a level of commitment with Viv, we need to stick with it.
So, what do you want me to say about Peters? You want me to
Like,
talk?
what are your thoughts? Pretend Viv isn't in the picture for a minute.
I'm gonna say the things I already said. I don't think he has the experience. Are you equating this to because Viv is already high command or command, she had the opportunity to make a difference and she hasn't?
No. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just saying, what about Peters? Is it just is that his only fault?
I think if
what about?
No, I legit just think if the LSPD was in a different state, he would be a good fit to come into a department he has not been a part of for for a month or two, and he'd be able to do a good job. I just don't think it's the time right now.
Anything else?
I think him already speaking on that he doesn't know much of the procedures and what he doesn't know about people's roles speaks volumes already. Like I said, he could learn, but I don't think the learning environment is coming into a department that is struggling.
What about his positions? How do you feel about them?
What about his positions?
Well, the various questions that Tilly asked, his how to deal with cases of escalation, his position on disciplinary action, his position on our policy that need to be enacted. I mean, we touched on a number of things. Is the rest of it good in your book?
I mean, it's everything that we're going. It's everything that we want to hear. I mean, I'm pretty sure Viv has the exact same things. It's everything that we want to hear. We want to see that. No. The question is he going to be able to do that? And we won't know that until he is put in that position. It's again, actions over words. He might say all these things, but can he do it? We don't know yet. Would we only know if he's given a chance? Yes.
What about you, Tilly? What did you like? What did you not dislike about his presentation?
There's a reason I'm being silent through this whole thing. I feel like me and you are very like-minded in what we're looking for the police department, and I don't really want this to be a 2v1 scenario because I think that it's already clear like what I enjoy and the things that I want. So I feel like this conversation should be a you and Eve one, just so it does not feel like 2-on-1, and that way you guys can clearly get the
Oh
opinions
no,
out from each other.
I don't think it needs to get to that either. However, at the same time, look, I want to hear what you thought was good and what you thought was bad. I want to start from a place of, you know, how was his presentation? Like, did you just agree with it? I mean, keep in mind, I didn't say a word during that. Nor did his presentation get influenced by mine. The only thing that I told him was, I want you to go make a presentation. He gave you the same one that he gave me this morning.
I think that I think his presentation was great. I think the way that he answered his questions was great. And honestly, he could have answered the questions any way that he could have, and it probably would have had the same outcome in my mind. I feel like the police department needs a certain kind of person right now, and I feel like I was of the same mind as Nino was before it was ever brought up to me, even the concerns, because
They're raiding Miguel again.
Eve, have you ever worked at the police department?
No, I haven't, but my late father was chief of police.
Who's your late father?
Bass.
Oh Lord, I didn't know that.
So I know a majority of the stuff that it takes to be chief of police. And I know chief of police, at the end of the day, is just a punching bag as well.
Definitely just a punching bag. Unfortunately, that's how it's gonna be. I feel like a man like Tyler is absolutely 100% necessary right now for the LSPD, just due to his demeanor and what he can bring to the morale of the police department. While I enjoy Viv and I think that she will be great administration wise, I think that Tyler is 100% what is necessary and needed for the department. I don't think that Viv can give a certain how do I say this? There's no way really to say it. I feel like there's a certain esque, we'll say, because I can't think of a word that Tyler can give that Viv cannot. And it's not that there's anything wrong, and not that there's anything wrong with Viv. It's just I think that he will have a better placement there for the morale of the entirety of the LSPD.
Why can't he do that as chief, Billy? Like you wanted Jumbo in that position, correct?
I did. I feel like as a whole, he will. I feel like as a whole, he will be able to handle the. I feel like Viv's gonna struggle being the chief of police. I feel like she will. I feel like she's going to get a lot of backlash that it will not be deserved. That will not be warranted for any reason, but she will get that regardless. And I feel like it will be very hard on her. I think if we have Tyler in that position, she will not face nearly the amount of repercussions that she would as chief. But I also feel like with her being so administrative heavy that I feel like she will be, I feel like having Tyler be the face of chief and having her be the ass chief might be just a little better all around. I feel like I'm not saying that right, and I apologize.
Yeah, it's literally Barrack.
I
and
think what you're
Ruby.
saying, and I think this is kind of been my inherent concern, is that when the entire force of the criminal element in Shift 2, which is consisting of 4 separate, very volatile gangs that have caused July 3rd to occur, that there's concern who is going to be able to blanket that force.
Guys, at the end of the day,
That whether it's
we'll just be
that's
able
going
to
to have
say
to be
again,
whoever is in Shift 2,
Eve was
whether
right.
they are the chief or whether they are the ass chief.
Hashtag
Now,
Eve is always right.
Going back to sort of my original disposition of Viv as chief and
It is what it is.
and Tyler as ass chief.
Let them do this.
That
and
solves all the check boxes.
I don't even know. Like I said, I don't even know why I'm
throwing
here.
Tyler in there
like
to pad
Nino's
shift through from that disaster.
Obviously, Nino's so set.
At the end of it, the story doesn't end when we with whatever decision we make. That decision is part of this administration. Now, we are going to hold on to that choice. We are going to be responsible for not just what happens to the LSPD, but also responsible and held accountable by the entirety
Why did he
of the
switch
city.
though? Because he talked to 2 people. And then Tyler told him everything that he wanted to hear.
I do think that we, if we want to advance this, I think we need to talk to Viv about this and see what her thoughts are on Tyler in general.
Also, that being said, though, I think that you giving Viv the idea that she was, and basically telling her that she was going to be chief just to kind of rip it apart from her is very shitty. And I think that you need to think on decisions more before you throw that shit out like that, because this is going to be a really shitty conversation.
Wait, for what? Wait, say again?
For telling Viv that she's going to be chief, and if she's not, kind of ripping it apart from her.
I've spoken to her about this. Some of you have been in the room. Keep in mind, I've been speaking to Viv beyond just that final conversation. It's been clear to her that, none of this is finalized. It's been stated a number of times. In regards to Tyler being an ass chief,
Okay,
I
hold
think,
on.
yeah.
Don't go there. Don't sit there and be like, she's well known that none of this is finalized. Because
She has.
You were in there with that office when you go, hey, you're going to be chief. Don't tell
Correct.
anybody yet, but you're going to be there.
And the yes, but we've had follow-up conversations where I've clarified my position. Look, I never should have said it outright in that meeting to begin with. right? I want to make that very clear. But do I hold my fuck up to like, well, I fucked up. I guess she's chief. I'm not gonna do that either. Like and that's why I want us to remember what our responsibility here is, right? Is that I will 1000% admit fault that when I said she was chief, it was not a feeling of excitement. I was fucking like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. Everyone else is complete dog shit. All right. Exasperated. Okay, you're chief.
Can't
Now,
wait to tell Viv
because
that
I fucked up, am I going to hold the
fought for her.
entire city like, hostage to that? That just can't happen either. Right?
I'm not asking you to,
Which is where
to stand on business, because you
No,
said it. I'm just
exactly.
saying for like future references.
Oh, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Like I said, that's why I clarified with her afterwards that, look, here's the reality. Nothing is set in stone. Just get prepared for this, right? And it is not lost on me that, Viv's likely been cooking for some time, right? It's not lost on me that if the decision were to flip, that she's going to feel like shit. But it cannot also be lost on me that, that the responsibility goes beyond us and beyond her. I mean, look, I'm gonna be pretty blunt here about something as well. Is I think there has been on everybody in the administration, as well as some of the choices. I want to, what happened? I'm going to explain that there is another level of clarity that we need to maintain, and I'm going to explain what I mean by this as best as I can. I got off the phone with Vivian, and Miguel is decided to stir that Viv is chief over let's just say he made a rather educated guess. All right. And the entire PD is basing that conclusion on confirmation bias.
What are you telling us this for?
I am telling you this because there is zero reason any decision needs to be made in a speedy process. And if it does, I'd like to hear it.
Huh? What the hell did that have to do with anything you just said?
What I'm saying is that if we got to take time to cook and consider other options, we need to do so. If it's for the betterment of the city.
Take that, what you just said,
okay,
and use it for yourself, okay? Before you sit there and tell fucking Mr. K and Viv that her ass is gonna be cheap. Okay, this is not. Listen.
He fucking guessed it. What do you mean? I never fucking told him.
No, you did tell him. He guessed it, and then
I'm
you were
so
like,
confused.
Yeah, what the fuck was I gonna say? Like a fucking. Listen, we look.
Like, hold on.
Look,
you are. This is your first time as mayor, right? So it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, you are gonna be perfect.
Here's the thing. Look, look. We can keep digging this hole, right? And like, do you want me to just pick Viv?
No, I don't want you to just pick Viv. I want you to be
let's,
able. No,
let's
listen. I want you to be
stay
able
on the
to...
road of constructiveness, right? Understand that, there's other considerations I need to, keep privy of. Now, we can go down this like, oh my God, this and oh my God, that. But how is any of that constructive?
What? I've lost Nino like 20 minutes ago, man. Actually, I lost Nino like 2 hours ago, to be honest.
Do you guys feel that there's a pressure of us picking a chief sooner than later?
I think the longer we wait, the worse it gets for the PD, yeah.
I agree.
Because rumors are starting, people are talking, probably false narratives are being spread, people are probably, you know, side-eyeing each other, you know, hostility is probably being formed amongst each other. Like, I don't know what is happening there. The quicker there's a leader, the quicker leadership can take place, and the quicker it can be shaped up.
You're not wrong. I think my original plans went to shit. That's kind of the reality. Whether we remember it or whether I've pointed this out, that I had zero expectation to pick a chief for the first couple weeks. Barrack was intended to be operating for a month. And I had a outline for a plan, and all of that went to shit within the first 12 hours. I am doing my best to try to short circuit it and make the best choice that I can with the lack of a plan. Like, you know what I mean? I need a plan individual. I don't have one. We have problems. It's been 8 days.
Yeah, he's been like interviewing for chief of police for like since the election.
Should Tyler even be considered? And I think Eve, from your perspective, he doesn't have the experience,
Beetle?
which I think is reasonable.
I'm saying the environment is not right for him right now. Because of the state of LSPD. That is my opinion. I'm not saying he shouldn't be considered. I'm just saying it's not his time to learn. Because I don't think he has what it takes right now to fix the LSPD to what we want it to be.
Do you believe that Viv is going to bring do you think Viv is going to be a beacon of desirability of joining the police force? Do you think she's going to be able to drive that?
I can't tell you that. I don't know.
You've seen her, you've spoken to her.
Yeah, but I haven't worked under her. I've only seen the opinions of other officers and other people, and I can tell you that they hold her in high regard, so I would lean to yes instead of no. And I also don't think it should be her job to make people wake up at the end of the day. That's on every other person.
I think that's kind of maybe where we're not seeing eye to eye. I sort of feel the opposite. You know, like consider this, right? A lot of people that came through that office have talked about.
Bro,
They're not going to say
I'm
it
not
to
going
us
through
straight.
this again. I
But
don't want to
there's a
go through this
reason why
again.
when Max was around, they were saying that numbers were
Bro,
pumped.
I don't want to go through this again.
A big part of that was that from my understanding, Max kind of allowed these guys to be super
Okay,
soldiers.
how is he telling me that he didn't know
And,
what Max did, and now he's telling me what Max did?
when Cornwood,
I don't care about Cornwood. Cornwood
whether
is a little
he's
idiot.
a diligent cop or not, does bring a presence with him. And I think that is a part of the consideration. Now,
I do not
I wanna
care
be
about any
once again very clear that
people in other
I think
departments.
you know, it's very similar to Bones. Like, look, Bones. Every time I've seen Bones, that guy, to me, Cassidy is the one making a lot of this. It's the same with Barrick, actually. Barrick, Bones, Cornwood. These guys bring like the culture, the presence, right? But they also need to be tied to somebody that is like grounded in what is it? The administration side of things.
We can't look at the history books and ignore the fact that the most thriving times in the police department's history were when they had the best leaders.
When you say best, do you mean like what do you mean by that?
Most influential.
'Cause I don't know if you're
The
you
leaders
know, like
who were there. I'm referring to the leaders of the people like the Kyle Preds and, from history books, the Torettis.
yes, exactly. The charismatic, like here is when you think of it, you're thinking like, where is the I think we're saying the same thing.
I wish I passed out from hunger right now, because I don't want to do this again.
I'm of the personal opinion that we should consider we should talk to Vivian and talk to her about Tyler. See what her thoughts are there. For the very same reason we brought up Jimbo to her. I mean, unless we have a general negativity towards Eve, I want to ask you this, right? Like, and look, if listen, you've been around here longer than I have, all right? So there may be perspective I don't have. Are you concerned we're gonna, are you more concerned with, do you think that Viv should make her choice for Ass Chief? Or do you think it's inappropriate for us to consider an Ass Chief for her, given you're not saying anything, so you're worrying me.
Do you want to micromanage the PD?
We have been.
I'm asking, do you want to?
I think we need to set them up for success. I wouldn't call that micromanaging.
I see picking the chief and Ass Chief, and your image is micromanaging it instead of them working the job every single day and knowing their own culture, their own environment would be best, instead of you coming in, slapping your dick on the table, and then telling them what to do is not setting them up for success.
Then why did the Constitution allow me to make a election and a replacement? It is inherently my job.
It says you could do it. It doesn't say you should do it.
I don't, in the same breath, I mean, why pick the chief? Why not just go to Barrick and be like, hey, who do you want as your replacement?
Have you asked Barrett?
Well, no, I'm not going to do that because that'd be crazy.
I'm just saying, you're worried that people are not gonna, want to come around if Viv is chief of police, but we're taking somebody from a completely different department who doesn't even probably know half of the stuff that goes on in the LSPD and make that person chief of police, for example. I would still, if that is really a consideration, I beg of you to bring in all the people again and ask their opinion. That is all I
Yeah,
ask.
no, I absolutely agree with that. But like I said, so that is so. Let me make sure I understand you properly. You're not against Peters. You are concerned that we need to get a better understanding of who he is
Yeah,
before making any choice.
you are worried that people are not going to see Viv as the morale cop, correct?
It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, but
Otherwise people
that is
there would we've
that is the
already seen
only
it.
that is the only negative thing of Viv, correct?
No, there is no negative. Hold on.
Okay, no, I'm not saying it's inherently negative. I'm just saying
I do
that
not
it's a
want
downside.
to make it sound that way. We've said from the very beginning that Viv is great. She needs a foil. This has been said over and over and over and over again. That position has not changed. We have simply found a foil when there was none. It was going to be Jimbo, and that didn't work out. It was going to be Liam. That didn't work out. It was going to be McNulty. It didn't work out. Now there's an option. So the formula inherently has not changed.
I'm just saying, if we're bringing in somebody who doesn't even know the culture of the LSPD, even though there probably isn't a culture because it's dog shit, we all know that.
I don't believe the LSPD even exists. Like it's nothing. We lose half of them, it doesn't change anything.
I feel as if we're trying to create a culture with PETAs.
But again, we aren't there every single day. That is up to them to do. And that is then us trying to micromanage. And then that's why I'm asking, are we micromanaging the PD? Because I don't want to do that. I want them to create their own culture.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm asking, are we standing here trying to micromanage them and telling them exactly what to do? Because I think that is
But that's not inherently micromanaging, right? Micromanaging would be setting the entire structure up, telling them exactly what to do.
But
I mean, even the policy document, even but what do you mean?
I mean, us thinking this hard about it is the start of that.
I think when have we not talked about the ass chief? I mean, there's been a 2-week-old conversation. Why wasn't it a concern then?
Because I think we were pretty fine with just picking the chief of police and having faith that they would pick the right ass chief for the environment.
No, we've been talking about the ass chief from day one.
I'm pretty sure I asked you, and you said you're not going to pick the ass chief.
No, I mean, it's even in the COP document, and it was brought up on. I mean, it's still the comment's still on there. It's waiting for the conversation today.
I feel like the LSPD has been given plenty of chances to show that they can work for themselves and do the things without being micromanaged. And every single time that they've ever gotten that chance to not be micromanaged, they've just fucked it up. And I don't think that it's wrong to be given the tools and shown how to do them, and then eventually they'll walk on their own. Because I don't think that sitting here it's going to be a forever thing of we're leading them to the success to be able to do the things that they need to do on their own. And
yeah, but what do we know about that? I don't know a single thing about their procedures. I don't know a single thing about patrol. I don't know a single thing about it. What makes us more qualified than them?
I certainly think my interactions with them, my criminal history, my interactions with them as a lawyer, the various conversations I've had with officers leading up to this, which is probably 80% of the conversations, which unfortunately y'all two weren't privy to for a number of reasons. Before the mayorship, during the mayorship, etc., etc. I mean, half of these people that are in the police force don't even know RS and PC, while we do, which inherently makes us more qualified. I get what you're saying. I just maybe it's because like I see only a handful of those offices even being relevant in the grand scheme of things.
I have worked in the police department for a good while, so I have seen the procedures and how they work. They definitely know better than I do personally about how they work, but if what they're doing is working, why is it not?
I get what you're saying though, right? Is that I guess it's two choices,
Kit
right?
would have been very
It's
useful, but maybe Kit would have agreed with them, right?
Here's how I look at it, and it's ultimately a choice of, do you take, you got a selection of sailboats, take the one you think is best, and then hope the sailboat just floats. But if you have a choice that you think there might be, another option on the table that might keep that thing floating a little bit better, that is in our hand. I know you don't like it's pragmatic versus ideal, and I'm trying to think of it from a pragmatic perspective. Should things be a certain way where we just pick one and we're like, please do the best? That's ideal. But pragmatically, we pick one knowing that there's concerns, knowing how bad shift 2 can get. I think ignoring that is I just find that as negligent.
I'm not so much, I don't think it's in that way of how I'm thinking. I'm also thinking of it in a way of like, what do the other PD officers want as well? Like, what type of leadership are they going to want to look up to? That is what I am trying to get in my head. I'm trying to see if I was in their shoes, what would I be content with and what would I want to work with as a team?
But remember when I said originally, maybe we should let them vote? But then you said, I want you to pick them, Nino.
I don't think I said that.
Wouldn't the vote inherently vibe more with what you're saying? 'Cause that's what I was contemplating. I was saying, put this option into their hands. And you were very adamant about me picking it. Because even I say, you're right. I actually more align with what you're saying right there. And if Viv is indeed the right choice, then they're going to vote for her anyway.
I still think after everything we've heard, there's probably still going... I think didn't you want the city to vote?
No.
We're putting this up to a vote? That's what's going to happen?
No.
We were talking about what we wanted.
No. We were on the way
okay.
here. I was discussing some options, but I never got my full thoughts out because we got here and then,
No, I think initially you wanted the city to vote, no?
No.
Okay.
I was putting some options on the table.
No, because after hearing everybody, I'm pretty sure it would still be Viv
I don't
at the
think
end of the
city
day.
voting makes any sense.
No.
The city voting is just going to be rigged. I think we should put our best options up and have the PD have a bigger say. And really, that's what it comes down to. I do not want the LSPD to be set up for failure. The LSPD, as far as I'm concerned, does not consist of the individuals that are currently in it, but rather what it can become. transparently, even if that means breaking Viv's hot, if that's the better option for the city and the future of the LSPD, the label, the institute, then I'm willing to go that far, right? I don't think it needs to come down to that, but
BCSO
I don't
shouldn't
agree on a
vote.
vote.
I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I don't agree on a vote because I don't believe it should be a popularity contest on who becomes chief of police, and I feel like that's a decision that you should make yourself.
Could I hear why? I'm not grounded in either opinion because look, this whole Tyler thing is pretty
Well, if
fresh in
you-
my head, but
If you
let's
make
hear
the
it.
decision off of who's going to vote, they're going to vote for the people, not necessarily that, would make the actual best choice. They're
Yes,
going to
they
make
would.
the choice of the people who they enjoy, who they like.
Yes,
Right?
isn't that the
A lot
point?
of people know Viv in the LSPD, so of course she's going to get the vote regardless because a lot of people know her, they vote for her, they vouch for her. Even if they don't necessarily agree that she's the best vote, it's because that they
'Cause
know
she
her, they
is the
recognize her
best.
face, and she's their friend. So she's going to get voted for.
She is
Are
the
they
best,
voting
though.
because of the best decision? No, it's going to be a popularity contest.
No.
It's going to be who the popular person is that's going to end up winning. Not really necessarily based on the values or what they bring.
Huh?
What do you think, Eve?
I'm either all for a vote or not at this point, if we're still so undecided about it. I feel like the people we talked about should, like, we interviewed and talked to, should speak for itself. Not once was Peters a candidate. Sure, we didn't even have him as a runner because we didn't bring his name up, but at that point, would people not have brought his name up on their own at that point if he was considered? But a majority of the time, we didn't even bring Viv's name up and she was brought up on her own. Is that because she's liked? Maybe. Is that because they're friends with them? Maybe. But at that point, it's because they do respect and they do like how she works and is a leader in her own. That's
Well,
why
that
I'm
question
asking.
was-
That's why I'm asking if we are really considering Peters as an option. Bring all those people back, do the same list again, throw Peters' name in there, and then see what their opinion is.
I think I don't think we need to bring all of them back because as a part of that conversation, it's pretty clear to me like whose opinion actually matters and whose opinion is pretty dog shit.
When we were asked about who, so when we did bring those people in the room and we asked them who they felt would be like the best chief of police, you can't tell me though we were not met almost every single time with a that's a hard choice. Let me think of who I think out of everybody would do a decent job, and they had to sit there and think about it because they couldn't actually give a name without having to pick somebody who was
Because
chosen out of a
the
little
issue
group
is
of
that
people.
there isn't really anybody. Like we know that. We know that it's not a question of there's so many options. It's just like there just isn't anybody at this point. That's just the thing. But a majority of them said Viv or Nakoda. And a majority of them said Viv was the best out of those options. It's just like we just don't have people. That's just the reality. Everybody else is just not equipped for the position. That's just our reality.
Which is why, driving back to my original point, is we don't need to bring everybody. That everybody that started well before I even decided to run for mayor was because I was starting at square one. Keep in mind, I've, going back to what I said, I've had significantly more conversations than both of you individually, right? And of the ones y'all have been a part of, right? Tilly is correct in saying that a lot of them didn't know. But a lot of those individuals, we don't even need to ask their opinion. For example, we're not bringing in Den, but we should see what Nakota says. Do we bring in, what is her name? Dana? No. But we should bring in McNulty. I don't think we got to talk to that many people. It's like 3 folks. Beyond that, like it's most of those opinions are rather irrelevant because they've probably been on duty for like 4 fucking weeks, and you know, they can't even make a constructive decision regardless.
When I get stressed, I just clean my keyboard chat. Like when I'm just like over it, I just take out my
I think too,
keyboard
a lot of people that we
cleaning.
did bring in, though, didn't they like you're right on the fact that they didn't bring up Tyler's, but they also didn't bring up Jimbo. We had to bring up Jimbo ourselves and be like, do you think that he would be a good one? Most of those people don't think that the BCSO is even an option when being asked that question. So they completely ignored anybody in the
I
BCSO
think-
because they're like, they're not going to
I
transfer.
think that's fair because they willingly left LSPD. So why would they want to come back?
Using that same logic, though, if we do have a vote with PD, that's going to be heavily influenced on the fact that Tyler's did leave LSPD to go to BCSO, and it's going to not be too good on him.
Yeah, and that's their opinion, no?
That's true.
I would also feel a certain way if, you know, somebody who hasn't been in my department wants to come and run my department. I feel like that's very valid.
Should we allow these people to be able to vote based on their grievances, though, for the fact that this man did leave to go to BCSO
I don't
versus...
think we can stop that. No, we can't tell them to not have that influence their vote. You can't tell somebody that they can't vote for something. I don't think you can do that.
Would a vote even be necessary at that point? Because I feel like it would be very obvious what the end answer would be.
Bro, I'm just so over this at this point. I'm just can I just go do business stuff? Can I go write my legislation, please?
God fucking damn it.
Hi, Tracy. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Why the hell is it our decision to begin with?
I don't think
Why?
I don't think it is.
Why is it the mayor's choice?
You don't have to do it. You can do whatever you want. You can write a legislation.
I don't
and
fucking know.
you can do whatever
At the
you
end of the
want.
fucking day, we end up picking a fucking mayor,
You can fix this,
and we're
please
either
do.
gonna get ass blasted by the PD or the entire citizenry.
EagleAye's, bitch. MSP, thank you. Yeah, he literally doesn't have to. He can write a legislation where they have to vote. Like, Aspen has
Just
a
burn
fat
the entire
ass.
fucking thing to the fucking ground.
Aspen has
Might
a
as
fat
well.
ass.
I mean, personally, if I'm gonna be honest,
You know what?
PD should fucking suffer. I hope they go to shit.
Shut the
I can
fuck up.
start
Nino.
selling fucking guns again.
Nino, stop.
Oh my lord.
Aspen's got a fat ass. That's why she should be COP. GG, shut up.
Look, I want to shit PD so I have something to complain about.
You always have something. You're always
I don't know
bitching.
why the
I
fuck
never
is
hear
it
you
my
not
choice.
bitch.
I just don't understand why I got to be making the choice.
Write a legislation that says you don't have
Because-
to.
And then what?
I don't know. Let the gods make the decision, you know? Throw it into that. Throw the piece of paper into the ad. See where the wind takes it.
Honestly, we should just make Sab the fucking
shut the fuck up.
He applied. What do you mean?
No, you applied to
You
DLC.
lied.
You know. So and here's like the wrapping that I want to take off the table, and maybe I'm very much an agent of chaos, right? But we can pick a civilian to be the chief of police. I want to, I want to zoom out a bit. We have that choice.
Stop.
And maybe that's kind of, I think we've been focused so much in. I'm just speaking my mind here, all right? Is that even myself, I have focused so much in on what does the PD want? What do these 6 cops that show up on duty want, right? And what do they care? What is this? What is that? The reality is, the entire government fucking rewrote everything so we could put a civilian in place, all of which would never have any ability to answer a lot of these things, and so having that broader mind and perspective of what could be is not bad, and maybe that's where I'm coming to this realization with Peters is maybe I do want, like, deep down I have just hated what we have right now, and I want something different.
Stop.
And that is my personal bias speaking, just transparently.
I'm about to go to my dad's grave and resurrect him.
Okay.
Just bring Sab. It's the same shit.
Is this necessary?
I'm kidding. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
all right,
Eve,
is
all
this
right?
necessary?
But with all due respect, that motherfucker, your dad, killed my fucking cat.
That pussy deserved it.
Literally.
Meow Furion?
He was a snitch.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
The whole guild will tell you he was a snitch.
Okay, I know what they told me, but I saw what happened to him. But you gonna blame fucking Meow Furion because he got mentally tortured and cracked? That's like, like breaking someone's legs and then, they run over your foot with their wheelchair and be like, oh, it was their fault. You know what I mean? Well, what about the circumstances that led up to it?
Yeah. I know what happened. He was a snitch.
Shit. Who isn't? All right. All right, listen. Eve, I'm sorry I kept you out of the loop. It wasn't my intention, all right? But I've been struggling. I'm gonna keep you more in the loop going forward. If I'm freaking out.
I don't care about that. I just don't like that, you said
But
you were
I
sitting
do.
on this for like 5 days, and then, and I thought it was a done deal, and then you spring this on me.
I know, that's why I did it. Look, Tilly can tell you, all right? I wasn't even outright with her. These are internal thoughts.
I'm very
You ever-
pushy when it comes to getting people to tell me things. I apologize.
I don't tell people what I'm thinking. I don't. I deal with it internally.
Yeah, and then you're like one of those people who say, yeah, I'm fine, and then you let it boil over, and then you just explode.
No, and then I fucking kill them. I kill my problems away, Eve.
That's not healthy.
You saw... It is. It is fucking healthy.
No, it's not.
Okay. When's the last time we had an Archie incident?
Well, Archie's dead, so...
Exactly. That's my point. Miles Landon?
Well, that poor
Remember all the
coffee over
problem?
him.
Do you remember all the problems he used to give Roosters rest?
Yeah,
Then remember the problems went away? What happened to him?
he
I
died.
fucking caused him to overdose. So, I'm just not, used to having solved problems this way.
You say you're gonna kill yourself?
No, because I'm fucking God.
No, we're not letting the power get
Here
you.
we go.
We're not letting the power get to your
Oh,
head.
Lord.
I've
Okay,
had the
Nino.
power.
No, Nino.
I got pulled up on, and I said, "Go ahead, take me."
Tilly.
He's been
Look,
like
I
this for
already
2
know
days
who I
now. I don't know what's
Tilly,
going
I
on.
think he's gotten too much fresh air at this point.
I told you. I don't know what's been going on with them. It's like 2 days now.
You're just listen. Nothing has changed. With all due respect, y'all are just getting seeing a side of me. Tilly, absolutely, but even Eve, I've kept you in the dock on some things. All right, like it's part of how I operate. I always is. I've never been this fucking open. You know, in the fucking past, all right, someone even questioned me. You'd be in a fucking ocean right now.
I know how you are, Nino.
Here we go.
Yeah. So, like, give me a fucking break a little bit.
You're like an old man reminiscing on his
Not a
on
fucking
his,
old
Oh
man!
my, okay, for fuck's sake, Lord. Oh my god. Sorry I said anything.
Jesus.
Still have food, Tilly. Tilly?
With everything said,
Don't
I think
you
Viv,
ever fucking yell at me like that again, Nino.
I will fucking.
Don't you ever
I will
yell at me
strangle
like that
you
again.
right now and hide your body in that
You
fucking observatory.
You just relive your old days, old man. I swear to God. You sit there and remember when I used to do this? Remember when I used to sell guns, Eve? I was the
Yet you
fucking
don't
master
use
of the gun
TikTok.
sellers.
How does that like what? You're trying to act like a Zuma, all right? But the fact of the matter is,
If he
like,
asked me what my favorite TikTok sound was.
yeah, because there's like 5 of them. Like it's not. It's a very for anyone who uses TikTok, they know what that means. Because every single fucking video has the same fucking 5 songs that people just rinse and repeat. It's like on YouTube, you know, like okay, maybe not. I'm not gonna use that guy. You know, let's say there's oh my god, who's popular other than the name that will not be used due to recent incidents? Fucking I don't know what's popping off on YouTube nowadays. It's like Logan Paul. Logan Paul will make a fucking video, and then there'll be 5 other videos that are similar to it. All right, but on TikTok, all right, it's like there'll be one video, and then for the next month, it's the same fucking song for like thousands of videos.
You're welcome. You call it the TikToks, you know.
Okay, what do you call them? What do you refer to as multiple fucking TikTok
I am
videos?
saying that you're a fucking boomer.
They're literally called TikToks. I think
the TikToks.
Listen, look, just because you're not like in touch with like the internet world, all right? You know, you're exposing yourself. They're called TikTok. No one says TikTok videos.
No one asked me what my favorite TikTok sound is.
Because no one's had a conversation with you about TikTok before. How's that on me?
Sure. Okay, all right. You're right. You know what? You're young. You're young. You know what the TikToks are, Nino. You're a young hip man, right? Back in your day, they didn't even have TikTok. Didn't even know what that was. Okay, you had to go.
My generation fucking made
You had to go to the
TikTok, all right?
library. You had to go to the library and
it
look
won't
at
fucking
books
matter anyways,
in order
because it's
to-
gonna get fucking banned in 6 months. All right.
I'm just saying, you know, get.
Look, I'm gonna play a TikTok. Watch it be. Oh, hold on. First video that pops up. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I am so fucking stupid. I don't
He's
actually
playing
use TikTok.
and he doesn't have his
You know,
phone
it's so
out.
funny. I just realized I don't actually use TikTok. What am I saying? I watch YouTube Shorts. TikTok is dog shit. Wait.
You had me send you
made
TikToks
me
the other day.
No, I know, but then I just had this like immediate realization, like as I was pulling it up, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't actually watch TikToks because every time you put it on TikTok now, it's like people's dog shit like live stream. Or it's like these they added this thing where I switch between them, right? Like I'll throw on TikTok, I'll get bored. I'm like, okay, this feed sucks, and then I'll throw on YouTube Shorts, and then I'll watch that. And then even like Twitter has it, but YouTube Shorts are significantly better. It's YouTube Shorts that have the same fucking songs. In fact, I think more people probably watch YouTube Shorts now than TikTok. TikTok is fucking garbage.
The
Like,
only people
I
I've
have
ever met that watch
every
YouTube
third
shorts are over
TikTok
40. Just saying.
All right, listen, you're just
I
not,
said,
you just
did you
don't
hear
get
me?
it, all right? But anyways, to finish the thought, every fucking fifth TikTok is a automatic cat litter box. I'm just saying, like, talk about a fucking dog shit algorithm.
Uh-huh. God, you're so young, Nino.
I'm not saying I'm young. I'm just
So
saying
with
I'm
the
connected.
times. He's so connected.
Listen, in regards to Peters, I think we talked to a couple cops about it and then see how it is. All right. I may have been very dramatic on him being the next chief, and maybe I might have put a little bit too much sauce on it. All right. That's why I want to talk to you too. All right. And that's why I wanted you in the administration, because I know myself. If it was just me, I would have straight up made Peters the chief because I like the spice. All right. But because I know myself, that's why I wanted you to. All right. And I need you guys to keep me honest, because I will promise you, I don't give a fuck about this mayorship or the PD's feelings or Viv, all right, or anything. It's just the fact of the matter. You are my balance to my, my suck my dick syndrome.
I feel like I am not the balance.
I will always challenge Nino.
I think you're gonna do it anyways. I haven't seen the side of you, Eve. All right.
I always called Lang out on his bullshit.
That's because Lang always talks bullshit. What do you mean?
Not always. Sometimes he means well, and he actually has a good plan.
I'm
but
just playing.
a majority of the time, he's.
I
always
think
full
we
of
bring
bullshit.
Lang.
Lang doesn't. I don't even think Lang knows who Peters is.
Yeah, but then, he can hear the situation. What about Mr. K?
Mr. K doesn't like Viv, so of course he's gonna be like, yeah, Peters. So no, I do not think Mr. K is a good option.
Wait, hold on. Is Mr. K more likely to shoot Viv or more likely to shoot Peters?
I think every option is gonna be they are more likely to shoot Peters in every situation. I don't see Viv pissing off anybody in that regard. He threw a dead animal on my porch as I watched from the house next door. Why he did it, I don't know. If Jaeger was at home, he would have gotten shot. If Bjorn was at home, he would have gotten skinned. Why he did it, I don't know. I don't know why he fucks with the guild. He does it because he's bored, question mark? I don't see Viv getting shot over going to throw dead animals on people's porches.
I think the more we've talked about it, and I'm more realizing that Peters is probably not the best chief option. But I do think I am very committed to him being as chief. Because I think Viv is someone that will need to find a way to put a leash on him, because he probably will take a shit in the middle of the street, in the middle of a shootout. But at the same time, I just cannot remove
Why
this
did it take us 3 hours
hole in
get
myself.
Why
with
did it get
this
us
feeling
3 hours
without
to get
someone
here?
like a Peters in shift 2, that LSPD is gonna survive, because And I would have been significantly more open to the idea of a choice if Viv had come and said there was an option. And I don't fault her for it. Just
No,
as
I
much
know
as
what
there's been
Nino's
trouble
like.
with us finding a chief, there's just nobody, right? So where the fuck is she gonna find somebody?
So I'll go back
And
on
it
that.
might be considered a little micromanagey, but that's okay. I'm okay with that.
I'll go back on that. I think him being Ash Chief would be the perfect time for him to learn, right? In a good command position. I think this would
Agreed.
be the perfect time for him to learn and restructure it alongside Viv.
And that's kind of where I was originally. I'm going to be honest with you. It was a bit of a stir by me saying eat chief because I wanted to see you guys cook a little bit.
I hate you so fucking much.
Okay, look, there's intelligence behind this, all right? I may do things that may not make any sense, but it's...
No, I knew you were doing this. But
Doing what part?
I can't tell when you're like on that line though. Like I know you're doing it, but I can't tell like to a point where you're actually being serious or not. But I still know you're doing it.
It's not so much of a stir as much as unless you believe he's an option for chief, it's hard to... Okay, this is like a weird like... Okay, listen,
him.
you know I'm a sociopath, right? So, by making you believe he's an option for chief, it makes you critically think about him in the most powerful position. And if alternatively, if I said ask chief, it's hard to, I think, it's hard to generically to get a response of critical thinking. You kind of see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, it makes sense.
I don't think these conversations would have come out as much as they would have if I was like, hey, what about him as a number two? We would have treated it like the Jimbo conversation, where it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. We can just put the bozo in there. Plus, it removes that option because I agree. I think he might do Sanguine 2.0. But we need to make sure Viv is comfortable with it.
I think she would be. Especially if we tell her what our vision is for the PD and our concerns, and if she has an actual plan to, you know, tackle those concerns, and our plan is more viable, and she's willing to try it out more so than hers, then I think that I think she'll listen to it, because I think she's very understanding. And she might challenge it, which I think you like. So we'll get there when we get there, right?
I agree with it.
All Nito did was make Eve compromise to give him a position. But see, I don't care about that. It's not about me.
I do feel kind of bad for Abilene. And okay, I need to talk about something that is very important, and I need your like opinions on this.
Okay.
And this kind of goes hand in hand with the you know, the feeling out of the loop kind of thing, right? Look, at the end of the day, there's levels of trust, right? Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, right? We have the cabinet, everyone's got their roles, etc., etc. However, there's a reason why I want to talk to you two, because this is sensitive enough of a conversation. While I think that Michael, Abilene, Archibald, their opinion is valuable, I transparently value your opinion on this matter more than the rest.
I mean, you could say
I
Tilly
may get some
is
bite for that, but
Tilly is chief of staff,
transparently
and
give a
I'm
shit,
deputy
'cause I
mayor,
think
right? In that sense,
I need to make those distinctions.
If we had to put like
am I wrong
levels
in thinking that?
No, because in a sense of if I had to put roles on it, right? Tilly, sorry, Tilly is like chief of staff, and I'm like in a sense deputy mayor, and the rest are just valuable people who add to the cabinet.
Excuse me?
right? If I had to put roles to it, right?
Well, why? Wait, how did you promote
just-
yourself?
I'm not promoting
that
myself.
example.
I'm not promoting myself. I'm just saying how I would see it if I had to give roles to it,
Yeah.
and why more opinions matter to more things, right? That's how I see it. I'm not promoting myself. I'm just saying that's how I would see it in terms of
Yeah.
a level of respect and a level of my opinions matter more than somebody else's.
And obviously, I've known you two for a significant. Eve, I've known you forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tilly, you know, I just have trust. Only because we spend a lot of time together talking about these things when everyone's asleep and whatever, right? Now, I do not know how to. I am so used to doing things in a way where it's, I mean, Miles Landon, right? Or whoever it may be. It's gonna happen this way, and that's it, right? Obviously, this is a significantly different environment, and I need to be considerate of the rest of the folks. But I do not know how to make sure they understand they are appreciated for what they bring, but it is not necessarily this is not necessarily a conversation for them to be a part of for various reasons, right? Time in the city, experience in those. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Are you asking?
Who
Nor
you're
do I-
referring to?
Are you asking how
Well,
to communicate
everyone else
that?
in the cabinet, correct.
Oh.
There's two parts, right? One is I personally cannot have these sort of like in detail conversations with more than 3 people personally.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Exactly. It makes my synapses overfire due to ADHD or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the second layer to this is they're just inherently, objectively, they don't have enough experience to put anything forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and not really necessary either.
But you get what I'm saying. But like my concern is, what do they at this moment feel left out? Right. So I think. Well, I get okay. 2-part questions.
I don't think that's
Number one, should we let them know this in advance of? Okay, my fear is we had a meeting set up, right? And this is an example. Do we need to tell them this? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if they already are like, what the fuck are they doing right now? And then we come back and we're like, yo, by the way, we had this huge conversation. You know what I'm saying? Just
that
pretend-
meeting was for legislation, no?
Yeah.
And I think I put that down what the meeting was for, so I don't think it's necessary to be like, oh, we had like this huge conversation. I mean, you know, we could be like, we had to speak upon some things, but I mean, it's not really necessarily on you if they feel left out. You know what I mean? Like it.
I think managing the cabinet does fall on me.
Yeah, but
I mean, we don't have an
maybe-
HR.
Oh, like a so that would have been better if we had like a person who could take what you're saying and just bluntly say, well, I'm not here to spare your feelings.
No, that's what I would say. I need someone to wait. No, I need the
to make it
opposite.
better.
No. Yeah, exactly. Just to let them understand so they don't feel left out. And, you know, there is going to be a point in time where, okay, yeah, okay. I'll give you an example. This is awful. Oh my God, I hate giving this example, but it happened to me. A long time ago, there was a very grand conversation, all right? And you know, it had to do with a decision that needed to be made. And I had that conversation with my brothers. But some people that felt left out, and it wasn't intended to be. It was just like they weren't part of the fucking decision-making process. It spun into something. So and it hasn't happened once. It's happened a couple times. I've seen it over and over again, right? And I'm concerned that, like, be it Abby, be it Archibald, be it, I don't think Michael's got his head on, is that I do want to preempt making sure that they understand, they don't end up getting bitter and we don't hear about it, and then 4 weeks from now they, crash out. Am I wrong to think this? Am I overthinking things?
No, it's fair.
No. I feel like some people, I feel like Yamiro can, not everybody has, like Abby for whatnot, definitely legislation meetings she should be a part of, and like other meetings, you know what I mean? But does everybody in your cabinet need to be a part of every single meeting that you have?
Every day to day, no.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying with it.
I think it would help if the roles were defined of what everybody's doing, and then when you're having meetings, Tilly would see what that person wants to talk about, and if it has to do with legislation, the relevant people are in the room for it. And if you see necessary, Nino, for those people to be in the room, those people are in the room. If they're not, then they're just informed of it otherwise, and then a conversation can be had. Nobody has to be in their room all hours of the day. If it's business related, I'll be there. If it's not, then it is what it is. I can have business meetings, without you as well. And we can talk about it later. Everybody should feel empowered to do that on their own time as well. And then we come together as a team after that too. But I don't feel like people should feel, what's the word? Entitled to be there for every single meeting either. Like, I'm okay to miss a majority of the meetings, but I want to know when it's business related, so I'm up to date when it has to do with my department, for example.
I think maybe I'm more concerned with Abilene, and it's sort of the social cues I've picked up from her, be it the Tilly incident, even though I tease you about that, Tilly. I think she also told me yesterday she was bored. And I have noticed her kind of stick her nose up a little bit when she isn't involved in something. And I feel like she feels like she might be missing out at times, when the reality of the matter is she is very valuable. But, she, someone needs to have a honest conversation with her. That is not me. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, but then you have to ask the question, I guess, is Abilene under the impression that you guys are like hanging out and are quote unquote besties outside of office hours, right? Is that what I'm picking up? Like, is that what she's under the impression for?
I think it's important for someone to have a chat with her on that subject, perhaps.
I think it's because of all the G6 runs.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, though, listen, Tilly, we're going to hang out. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean we need to bring the entire fucking office.
I think she was under the impression that's...
Well, that's why someone's got to talk to her.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be Tilly and it's not going to be you, so I guess it's me.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, okay. That's where we're going with this. Perfect.
Okay, that's crazy.
Thanks, Eve.
That's crazy.
It's fucked up, Nino.
That's so crazy.
It's not fucked up. I'm being considerate of Abigail by making sure that
name's not Abigail.
If she has concerns, Abilene. Why the fuck did a mom name her Abilene?
Jesus Christ, Nino.
Hey, look, I wouldn't have given a fuck, 5 years ago. All right. But it's the nature of Los Santos, right? There's the job, and then which we got, and then there's like, outside life. And I don't like mixing the two. I don't. It's just as simple as that.
It's like you're getting a hat from like the Wizard of Oz. Who didn't have a hat? Was it the Wizard?
The Wizard? No, it was the fucking Tin Man.
You're the Tin Man, and you're getting a hat.
I do have a hot. I just have a different way of doing things. Like if someone hurts someone I love, I will kill their entire family.
Oh.
I mean, you know what I did with. I mean, I've told you the story about the prison break, right?
Maybe.
Coop Holiday, Chief Justice,
Mm-hmm.
individual that laid the foundations of the DOJ. We were,
Okay, is
you
this
know,
like a back in my day story?
yeah, about 20 years
Okay,
ago.
continue.
We were, what do they call it? Like Snow Brothers or whatever?
What does that mean?
Is this Snow Brothers? What is it called? You know, when you share sometimes, you know?
No, please elaborate.
Eskimo Bros. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
You know, like we have a lot of history all the way back to Silver Lake. All right. In fact, we left Silver Lake together to come to Los Santos.
Oh,
And
I can't believe this has been my
anyways,
day, bro.
Sonia Summers started going after him. She didn't know me. I didn't know her. Murphy Braun stuck his nose in it because he was in love with her. Even though he's my lawyer, he started doing snaky shit. I tried to resolve it through him. He stirred. Eventually, she hurt him after he put up the Sonia Summers initiative. So I paid Changang to break her out of prison when no one's ever been broken out of there, unleashing about 30 inmates. Massive shootout. This is back when cops used to magically wake up at the hospital and reattach the calls. It was crazy times. So very impossible task. And she was dragged to a missile silo where she was unmasked, thinking she had broken out this entire time, probably 3 hours, thinking that she got saved out of being in there for 30 years. And then Alan Weidman, who was also clean, never had hurt a fly, I instructed him to take a bat and pulverize her face. We dumped her in the ocean. My doctor then got her up and tortured her for about 6 months until she became a super soldier. Now she runs C4. We're really good friends.
Good. Oh, good. Nice. I'm glad that she.
So I'm caring, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. That shows you, Karen. That shows you something.
I mean, when
You got any more back
Malfurion
in my
got
day
hurt.
stories? Would you like to?
Well, yeah,
to
back
talk
in my
about?
day when
Oh,
Bass,
for fuck's sake.
I got pulled over by a traffic stop by Eve's, dad, Sam Bass, and fucking Malfurion popped in the back, and these motherfuckers tortured my goddamn cat. So when Bass got convicted, I went and beat up a bunch of cops in Mission Row PD, so they sent me up, and then I tortured Bass inside prison for 8 hours straight, alongside Bill Weiss.
Was it Bass and Dante? Because that's both of my dads.
No, I think Dante went to sleep, but Bass was in there. It was my first charge, actually. So I ruined my record just to go in there to beat the fuck out of Bass because he hurt my cat.
Really murdered that pussy, huh?
Don't you fucking use Malfurion's name in vain.
What was his name?
Malfurion?
Malfurion.
Who the fuck names a cat Meow Furion?
I will kill you, Tilly.
Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
his
fuck.
legal name was
Jesus Lord.
Clyde.
Clyde?
Yeah, Clyde.
Those bastards made
Clyde
him
the
break
cat.
roleplay.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he broke on stand, and he admitted that he was not really a cat.
What the fuck? What was
Yeah.
it then?
He broke.
Wait, this wasn't a cat?
Yeah, his name was
No.
Clyde.
He was role playing a cat.
Yeah, he had
Wait,
a-
it wasn't an actual cat?
No, he had a mental breakdown after he got waterboarded.
What was it then?
A person, Tilly.
What? This entire time you guys are talking about the cat. I thought you were talking about a fucking cat.
Well, that's silly, Tilly.
What?
How would the cat be able to talk?
I don't know. I don't question things.
Yeah, he was an accountant too.
He was an accountant? What? You know, I've heard weirder things. I don't like to question things when people are like, yeah, my cat could talk. You know, I figured maybe that they're just, maybe it was a very intelligent cat. Okay. But now you guys are telling me it was a person.
You know, thinking back, by the way, going back to the whole like Miguel thing, he actually did us a favor.
By starting rumors?
Well, I mean, it's close to the truth, so like, you know, now they know. It's like the padding's already in there. So, okay, enter psychopath Nino Chavez. We can see who's keeling over and who's not. And we didn't have to do a thing.
True, true. It's like a little carrot, right?
I don't want to do anything. I am so bored as mayor. I want to like, I heard people boost now. Could I boost while being mayor?
Max was in a gang while he was mayor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm in C4 as well.
You're C4 too? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you and Max on the same gang?
Yeah, and then yeah, but he was still a piece of shit to me.
What the hell is C4?
Gang in Polito. Sonia's gang.
Who's Sonia?
Sonia Summers.
I just told you the fucking story. The person I broke out because they hurt.
Don't talk to me like that again. I swear to
Don't.
God.
How about you fucking
Don't
pay
you
attention?
Fucking talk to me like that ever again.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I was paying attention. I've never met this person. Okay, I was just curious.
Sorry, my stressed. All right.
I'm really fucking tired of how you think that you can treat me all the time.
You're trying to act like you don't like it.
I have no comments.
You know, I'm just gonna be honest. One day, someone's gonna overhear our banter and then actually think this is an issue.
Oh yeah, they will. I'm waiting for it. I feel like Eve is already.
That's not
halfway
gonna be
there.
good because they're not gonna tell us that they noticed the issue. They're gonna go around and.
Can you guys help?
Oh wait a minute.
You were telling people I
supposed to
beat
have
you.
You do. What are you talking
I do not
about?
beat you.
You literally have attacked me on 6 different occasions.
Okay, deserved. But stop telling people I do it. They're gonna think I really beat you.
Okay,
and then
what
I'll
is
have
worse,
to start.
that you beat me versus you say he made me bend over without panties on? You tell me which one is worse.
Because you did.
I didn't. I was
Yes,
on the
you
phone saying you were
did.
going to be disciplined, and you decided to bend over in front of me.
You said, I'm gonna discipline you, Tilly. Bend over. And I was like,
I
okay,
never
sir.
said
And then I
that.
did
I
it,
was-
and you were like, no,
that
what the
is-
fuck, Tilly? Stop.
Okay,
I was there for that, but I don't recall how that went.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you mean, thank you? What the fuck?
Why are you both thanking me?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate her being there. She can corroborate my side of the
She
story.
just got done saying she doesn't remember how it went down.
Yeah, but you
You
thanked
are
me too.
compulsive
because
liar, Tilly.
because she's traumatized by what happened in that office, so she forgot it. Therefore, corroborating my side of what happened, Nino.
Shit. I think we should call down Viv right now. Is there anything else we want to discuss before bringing it up to him?
Have you made your decision?
In what regard?
I mean, we want to talk to Viv about Peter's as Ash Chief, no?
I think being transparent about it is. I mean, I'm just going to be completely open with her about it.
Yeah, I think we should. I think we owe her that instead of going back on a decision. I think we should just be transparent.
You want me to call her or you to call her?
Yeah, give her a call.
Look how tiny this icon is.
Hi, are you available to meet out by chance? Okay, I'm gonna ping you. I'm with Nino and Eve. No, what's your pin? Okay, did you get it? All right, we'll see you soon. Bye. I should have asked her to bring us food. You guys have any
Have what?
food?
Do you want me to order some? I'll call some.
Why did Marlo say I'd kill Achi again?
It's
Oh,
like
Jesus.
he got interrogated for it, so he's just claiming he did it. Yeah, he got straight up interrogated for it. I'm gonna order some kebab. Okay?
Hey, Eve.
Hi, can you bring the mayoral team some food?
Yes, and you have actually perfect timing. I already called and I was walking to the parking lot to go to bed, and we are the only place open.
Oh my god, please,
I mean,
please,
where?
please. Can we have like 6 combos?
Yeah, I don't have the sides though, so it'll be just
That's
the mains
fine.
and things.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Alright.
We're at
Alright,
the observatory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. I got you. I'll be there shortly.
Thank you, JJ. You're the best.
Yeah, see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. The person I call never charges me for the food because he's a millionaire. Because that's how much money he's made at the kebab stand.
Who do you call?
Jesus.
I call Jasper.
Oh, I got a call, by the way, by somebody asking about permits at the stall, and I said to contact you.
Okay.
I don't know how much of it even falls in our purview. He said something like, you know, he's like, you know, the clerk. Oh, I think he's a clerk. I told him, like, I don't even think there's legislation around that, and
It isn't.
it's probably. I think apparently there was gonna be something with Max. I think it might have been the thing that Ash was working on, but then was ignored.
Yeah, so something happened between Leah and Ash, because Leah was doing everything, and then Max said that Ash could do it, and then when Ash stepped in, Leah got mad, and there was beef there. But then Ash wrote up.
I don't want her
score.
anywhere near our office, by the way.
Leah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then Ash wrote up this whole thing, and then it never took place because Leah was overseeing all of the permits, right? She was keeping it up to date. She was charging people through the clerks, and she was making sure everybody had their permits every few weeks. And then she just stopped when Ash got involved. She just stopped doing her job at the clerk office. Like, I think that's pretty selfish that she just stopped doing her actual clerk work because Ash got involved. So no permits have gone out since, but nobody is policing it either.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned that. I've had I wanted to include Leia early on and during the lead up to the campaign, but as time went on, there was a couple red flags, and that lines up with.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, Ash would have more on it, but like I said, I think it's very petty to just stop doing your actual, like, a government job just because somebody else is getting involved, just because you wanted to control it.
She did something shitty with me too. I don't remember what it was. There was some like random. Oh, I remember. You know when? So Achi came and told Michael to remove him from the website, and then he died, and so she started twatting out that we removed him because he's dead on Twata, and I'm like,
oh my god,
what the fuck is wrong with you? So I'm like, how do you go from like, oh my god, I want to work with you guys so badly, to like, oh my god, they fucking like, I was like, bro, what in the fucking irrational?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. It's fucking should fit in with Osvaldo. I mean, I like chaos, but not that kind.
Yeah, yeah, not people who incite it on their own volition. Yeah, yeah, I did a department under that for the food and or the health and safety because I want that to be what?
DOJ released a Drug Oversight and Scheduling Administration.
Tilly!
What? What did Tilly do?
What do I look like? A
Oh.
hardcore
Does she
nerd?
not?
Tilly needed food.
Wait, why is the DOJ releasing this? I thought this is supposed to be the health people.
I think it is. I think it is signed by Justice Adelaide Hart, and she is the person who is overseeing Sam, I think.
I thought that was Kanta.
I don't know. Tilly, do you need your mask?
No.
Okay. Nice
Every
car.
time.
Yeah, I bought it. It's pretty cool, right?
It is.
I just need to change the color of it because people think that I'm Reese just because it's orange. I didn't
Are you
really.
making it yellow?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I like the orange. It didn't occur to me that people can mistake me for Reese, but I kind of get it. So I need to. I don't know what I go for. I'll see.
I like it though. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It's pretty cool.
Thank
I
you,
bought one. I
JJ.
bought one from. Yeah. No worries. I bought one from Emika. I made it pink.
Mhm.
And then Freya said she wants one in January as well. So I'm buying everyone's this car and I'm making it like
Ooh.
custom for them. Yeah, January wants to like have it super high and just like wheels in the middle like a bicycle. So we'll see how that goes.
You're gonna be like a little gang with your cars.
Yeah, that would be pretty. Anyway, I don't wanna, waste your
Thank
time.
you. No, thank
Appreciate you.
Thank you, JJ. You're the best. Good
Have a
night.
nice day. Bye bye. Good night.
Like higher than their authority.
Tilly, eat. Tilly, eat.
Oh yeah, I need food too.
Hydro JJ is so unexpected. JJ has so much money, he just said he's buying everybody in Hydra Pantos.
How do you have that much money?
It's the booth. He just works at the kebab stall all day.
Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, the guy who says, "Hello, welcome to Abracadabra." He used to work with me at Brewster's Reef. He used to sell all my joints.
Oh, perfect. Oh, this is perfect. I love this. I think we did an amazing thing because at the last sentence here, it says each county will be afforded the opportunity by the DOJ to legislate minor changes to how Schedule 3 drugs are handled within their jurisdiction and may decriminalize up to third-degree amounts for personal use. Look at that. I'm going to say that our administration, by releasing the legislation that we did, may have helped influence that last line. Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is going to be interesting is how much is 2 ounces? Wait, first degree possession up to third degree. So 1 ounce equal to or less than 1 ounce or 28 grams. And that's good because we're legalizing 3 grams. or up to 6. So that's perfect. The only thing that's going to come into question is the dispensaries and the grow houses, which, you know, we can push the DOJ on it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we want to do this. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do you mean?
What I'm saying is, like, even though our possession
Eve
charge is
Summers
good,
is a GTA character. I
what
swear to God, Eve Summers
the law
is...
doesn't let is for
Wait,
the
I'm
effectively
so
allow the
sorry,
grow
EagleAye.
houses
I-
or the
there's
dispensaries to
gotta be an
operate,
Eve
given the
Summers
fact that
porn
they would
star.
clearly either possess or produce more than 1 ounce. But
Thank you
that's
so
something,
much
you know,
for the tier
we can
3.
challenge the
Yeah,
legislation
we
on.
could, yeah.
All right. I'm up for the challenge.
Thank you for the tier 3 for 18 months. No, we haven't.
Wait, did we call
Jumbo?
Vivian down?
Yeah, she just texted me.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm on the way. I just have to finish up an important talk. I called her like 11 minutes ago.
I'm quickly just gonna go and get a snack. I'm gonna go and think about something over here.
Do that.
And then... Oh, we dancers. Alright, chat. I'm just gonna go get some orange juice and a snacky, and I'll be right back.
What? I have literally no idea. What? You need to stop looking at that. Like, okay. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I thought you were looking at a report for a second. Oh, that's good. Wait, what? Oh, shit. No, that's good. I mean, that's because the difference is, all right, I talk about things that are material and bring the city forward when all you do is fucking bitch. Because, okay, that's because masturbation is why Zoomers exist now. Did you know there's an increase in virginity levels for 30-year-olds since 2008? It's doubled. It's like all these fucking, they go onto their little like, that's why what's it called? Mitch.tv. They've got like the titty things going on because like you know what? If we get them over here, then they'll just be lazy to switch websites and they'll just start watching some like lame, boring like pretend cops and criminals doing shit. Well, yeah, but that's, yeah, okay, I would agree with that as well. I do, actually. Thank you. Why are you so interested? I don't understand. Huh? You want a fucking videotape or something?
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Remember to hydrate, chat. Remember to stretch. And remember to get snackies. Yum, yum, yum. How has it already been like 4 hours and we haven't touched any legislation?
Hey.
Hmm?
Hey,
Hi.
what are you doing?
Kicking my feet, thinking how cute you are.
No, you stop. I like the way your braids look in the light.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you braid my hair like that?
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be pretty cool.
I'll use my strawberry shampoo on you.
Okay. Are you gonna wash my hair too?
Yeah. Princess treatment.
What, you think I'm a princess?
Yeah.
Stop making me blush.
Oh, Nino, on the to-do list, under the call,
Mm.
what did you mean by business property lines?
Let me see.
On the Trello, under legislation.
Was it a oh, if you look at the business legislation,
Protocol, yeah.
yeah. There was something that was iterated here.
Was it that you have to own the business?
Something in here about property lines. Each county shall create their own legislation dealing with how businesses operate in their borders. This includes approval, denial process, penalties, the portions of land to business owners. So that inherently
Oh.
infers that we get to make the decision on what encompasses a business's property.
So, back in the day, right, when I used to give out storefronts, we used to always tell people that even though I'm selling you this property right now, you don't necessarily own the building because the land which your building is on is still state owned. So we let them know that we can seize it at any time and everything is still state owned. Because people started getting really like up in arms about it, because we let them know if you do not have any construction done to your property, it is not yours. And that humbled people really quickly, because they were like, this is mine.
Yeah, they wanted
it's
the
mine,
entire
mine. Yeah.
I think that even though that task is there, so the task I put up was like, I would say we have the option of just saying like, doing exactly what you just said. And that may even be the safer route if we find reasons to expand that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because I do agree. Once he started getting into property lines, like that's a huge. We're opening up the city to like things that the police can barely fucking get simple arrests. Like imagine if they're dealing with like property disputes.
No, they can't. It's impossible unless there's a certain team that does it, and even then, it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the decision would be if we still tell people, even though they purchase commercial property, that the commercial property still belongs to the state. Because we still have the right to evict them and foreclose, or if we see fit, if their business is failing or whatever.
That's where things. Oh my god! Did you see Andy's stuff?
Yeah, I did.
I hope it works out.
What, having felons can't own businesses?
There's a lot of restrictions.
I don't think it necessarily is.
Maybe it's the circles.
It always used to be like that.
It did. I feel like it feels like it feels like right now there are more active. The closest thing I know to civilians in Los Santos are like Hazel Havgreaves and Kevin Ram, and they both are like hyper criminals that haven't gotten caught yet. So I may be coming from a different perspective.
But again, is that your only representation of a civilian? Because there's nothing to offer civilians.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because
I think
what is the incentive of having a civilian being a civilian?
Well, that's why I hope her program works. Because I want her to make them, and then I'm going to take them. So my long-term plan is, whenever, because my understanding is that you're going to have to pick your county of residence down the line. And I'm going to offer up H-1B visas. So the best civilians up there,
What?
I'm going to offer them bigger businesses down here. And I'm going to start deporting illegal immigrants out of Los Santos.
See, this is a point where I don't know if you're just fucking around.
No, no, not really.
Okay, again, but why would they come here when anybody who's a felon and a violent felon can own a business, and up there they're unique?
Because I can offer them more with tax cuts.
Okay, why can't she do that?
I mean, she can try. It's the what software companies in America do. They let people get educated in like India, China, etc. And then when they've proved themselves and they get hired as independent contractors, right? They bring them over on an H-1B1 visa, give them more money, but because the country is producing more, it's cheaper for the country to import them in under, like very stringent job requirements. And now all of a sudden that company, in our case, our county, we're getting more output for less money. A lot of H-1B1 and there's a lot of money comes in through H-1B1. I mean, it fucks over the local residents, right? But, politics, I guess.
Yellow.
We should also have a refugee program.
Cool.
Like, if another PP comes up, like people like FEMA can't. Oh my God. Down, the Russian docks, we can turn those crates into FEMA like FEMA camps, you know?
Yeah, we'll see you then. Bye.
Like the ones, oh my God, you know, NBC used to live in the crates.
Yeah, in the
Holy
boats.
shit,
used
we
to
get
live on the
those.
boat.
So if there's ever any like crazy shit that happens, we have refugees from Blaine County come down. We'll put them in the crates to live in. And then, you know, we have them run tow for a reduced rate. And they'll be just lucky to have work.
You know, please.
I second that. They don't deserve rights. Might as well do it that way.
Nino's such a shit. Hi, Fred.
So,
Tilly,
before
could
she
you let
gets
everyone
here-
know we're rescheduling the meeting
I was
tomorrow?
actually
And
going to do that. Yeah.
all right,
Tomorrow?
and just let everyone know that, you know, apologies last minute. We just had shit pop up.
Okay. What time tomorrow?
I'd say same time.
I won't be there for it, but I'll tell everyone else to come.
Okay, perfect.
Nino's ear started bleeding, like uncontrollably, and he almost lost it.
Okay, I'll say that.
No,
Before she
no, you
comes
could
here,
just-
how do you
no,
plan
no,
on
don't say-
telling her this?
Telling what? Oh, just let me cook. We'll see.
I'll let you cook on it. All right.
I think my conversation with Abilene is gonna be awkward.
That's gonna be
Yeah.
incredibly awkward.
I'm still I don't know her well enough, so I'm still like figuring her out. Cause like she's so new to the city. She's very talented, but she's so new to the city that like she is the good trait is she's stubborn, right? So it makes for a really good lawyer. But there's also a level of stubbornness that is going to be getting used to on both ends of the spectrum. Like sometimes you have to really explain out your thought processes and let her know it's this way or no way.
I'm gonna call
I
him
think she's just
HR.
relying on you too much, honestly. Like, she needs to expand her horizons and find like her path. You know what I mean? You should
Yeah.
be like another step along the way, I guess, not her main focus.
I mean, yeah, right. I just don't want her to get bored because all she's doing is writing stuff. You know what I mean? But that's not really my place, right? But at the same time, my point is like, okay, so we've had a couple documents and I'm like, please do it this way. And sometimes it can, how do I put this? I think she's got a lot of experience from somewhere else. I don't know where exactly. It's very obvious to me. But there's certain things that happen in this city that aren't applicable to her way of thinking. And it's part of, I think, our job to get her to align with how things are done here. Does that make sense? Like, I'll give you an example. Some of the legislation she wrote was like hyper cooked, right? Like it had way too much in there. So I had to drive her back, and it was a process. That's to be expected because in a way we're sort of teaching the ways of this county. Does she have experience somewhere else?
I don't know. I don't know her that well, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I gotta get the feeling she's done this kind of thing somewhere else before.
Mhm.
Like she's got, but like things are less like okay, when
You
we
don't have
write
to help your
legislation,
phone
you
or
pretty
whatever
much
it's called.
have to like hand feed everybody.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. I think she came probably from somewhere that required a lot more than it does here.
Like was more strict or whatever.
Mhm.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Vivian?
Hi, I'm good. Thanks. How are you?
Pretty good.
Hell yeah.
Look, I'm gonna cut the chase. We'd like Tyler Peters to be the chief of police, and you to be the ass chief.
No, he
Tyler
didn't.
Peters?
Yep. He makes really funny penis jokes, and I just kind of vibe with him. Would you feel about that?
Listen, I vibe with him, but he warlorded someone the other day and said that is how you warlord. I don't know if you want him as chief of police.
Look, it's been a lot of conversation. Would you accept the ass chief position under him?
Oh God. No.
Why not? What the fuck, Viv?
Nino.
Listen, I like Peters. Okay, I do like Peters, and I do think he could bring something special to high command. I don't doubt that.
Okay, perfect. Because we actually want him to be your ass chief. Sorry, I like to stir a little.
Wait, are you stirring about both things right now?
No, the first one. Yeah, no. If he became ass chief, it would be unregulated, uncalculated chaos, and I'd probably end up getting impeached.
Well, if he wait, you just said if he becomes ass chief.
Oh yeah, that part's not a stir.
Okay. Can I consider him though? Do I have to make a definite decision on him?
I think that's what we wanted to talk to you about and get your feelings on this. And look, I'm going to be pretty transparent. All right. As I've mentioned, there's slim pickings in Los Santos, hence the Liam name coming up, the disappointment, not at McNulty, but rather the circumstances of his disinterest in
He's
Shift
so
2.
bad at this.
You know, I'd be lying if I said I'm not heavily concerned as to Shift 2. It's when July 3rd happened. And part of that concern extends into I don't want to see, this is going to sound very strange, but I would feel personally responsible saying Viv is chief of police, and then we're just like, we don't know what to do with Shift 2. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It can be an irrational thought, but it's still, you know, a weight on my shoulders.
Right.
We had a chat with Tyler Peters, and he seems rather interested. He's also stated he is fully willing to dedicate not just time, but also move into Shift 2. And to put it bluntly, he seems like the right amount of poo-poo pee-pee you need in Shift 2 to vibe with the gangs that exist in that time zone.
What? Bro.
But in the event he turns out to be primarily poo-poo pee-pee, he can always be removed. There's another aspect here, which
Fuck is he saying?
I've been concerned about, but have not like fully vocalized because it's one of those like touchy subjects. Peters would be somebody that I think would significantly assist with recruiting. How do I put this? I think it would make for a very good foil, a yin to your yang.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
What are your honest thoughts? And I don't want you to feel like this is like a pressured option, right? Because ultimately, if you're not comfortable with that decision, it would not be done. But I do think it would be a healthy choice to try it out.
Okay. So I'm not 100% opposed to it at all. I'm also not 100% on board with it. I think the only thing that I would want to do is still do my due diligence of sort of talking with people I think would be good for the position and then weighing it all up. Because it's something that's going to come out of left field. I know that everything that is probably planned is going to piss a lot of people off. I'm aware of decisions pissing people off on the daily. That's fine. The last thing I want to do though is fuck people off. Peter's left the LSPD and went to BCSO. I don't know the full reasons why, but I am concerned that there are a few people stepping up for the position who have never really even attempted to try and fix things so far. They've either run away or they've just done nothing. So so a reservation I had with Liam was the fact that he just disappeared. Straight up disappeared. I was handed information from Shift 3 a long time ago.
Look, guys, I have this
about
button.
conversations that occurred in Shift 3 meetings about Shift 1 being poor. And as I am aware or was made aware a long time ago, he was one of those members.
Put this button on.
Then there was also I was informed as well today that Dana Blackwell came to speak with you.
I've been speaking to as many Shift 1 offices as possible.
So my concerns with that would be Dana quit because she didn't get a promotion quite a while ago. She was overlooked probably 3 times for senior, in her opinion. She got rehired a couple months ago and really hasn't been on duty since. And then with Peters, obviously he transferred to BCSO because LSPD just wasn't it for him. Now, obviously LSPD can be remade into something and we're trying to give it life and give it like a fresh look. I just want to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence of weighing up all the options rather than just going with the first one that seems shiny and new.
Yeah, no, I think that's very fair. Now Tyler told us his reasons. Tilly or Eve brought up that very question. In the very same light, I think he should give you that explanation. You mentioned something about interviews, and I think you should go forward with that. But I think, I will very strongly suggest that. Let me substantiate strongly. I'm not going to remove you as chief if you go against this, but more as I want to see you succeed. And there is one thing that Ruby said to me that resonated, and I strongly agree with. Every shift is very different, and if the leader of that shift does not vibe with the populace in it, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
I agree.
And we can't pretend that bad doesn't exist.
Yep. Yeah.
Like and to substantiate this, I know you're a big fan of Skyfae. And as is Hydra. Now we can go down the line of like, why do we give a shit about what criminals think? But, if someone, the point of a PD is to keep shit in line, and if the gang that's getting fucked over by them is appreciative of them, I mean, that leads to a safer city than,
Well, it's about working together, right? We can't be successful unless we work with people. And if they're unwilling to work with us because they see us as assholes, then it's never going to be successful. And we need to rework ourselves.
Oh, hold on. I completely forgot. You wanted to bring folks in and leave Ass Chief unappointed, right?
I wanted to leave it till like last because I wanted to go through like the interview stuff.
I think yeah. Continue. I think I think continuing down that line of thinking is fine.
Yeah, I'll probably move Sky up because obviously I think we're agreed on Ask Chief being Shift 2. I'll move Sky up to Captain, probably one of the first things that I do, and then she can sort out Shift 3 ranks.
Have you
Okay, it's interesting.
have you talked to did you get clarity on the high command thing?
Yeah, I did. I was told there's not limitations per se. It was more to watch like and make sure that we're not overstacking it essentially. So we should be good to have a chief, Ask Chief, and a captain. I think as long as it's reflective in the future, say if there was a need for maybe a captain for each shift in the future, that would have to be reflected by like I guess the size of the department, so it wouldn't be over the top. I think at the moment it would be over the top.
Right. So they wouldn't want more than 3 members of high command.
Yeah, I think at this time it'll be just 3.
And where would Tyler fit into that mix then?
Oh, well, you know, if he was the best choice for everything, he'd be put into the assistant chief position.
Well, I mean, like prior to that, like how would you
Prior to that.
handle him? Would he be like a second LT? You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
you can cook on that.
Yeah, I think I need to cook on that, to be honest.
Keep in mind, Vivian, I'm coming from the perspective of I talk to a lot of people outside of the PD, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a pretty decent gauge as to what's going to keep them. At least I think. My opinion of Tyler is coming from like, who do I think could keep them in check while vibing with them? I really wish it was McNulty. I really do. It's just I have you talked to him more?
No, okay, so I put the conversations on hold because people started getting sussy about everything, and then I've had people refer to me as chief. I've had Beric announce in front of Ruby about me being chief. I've had
Los Santos
Beric,
is.
I mean, Beric tried to announce it to the entirety of the shift about a couple of hours ago. So it's putting me in a really shitty position because I don't want to look like I'm going over the top of their heads or anything because I respect the fact that they're still in those positions, right? It's just
Well,
getting.
I can
awkward as
tell
fuck.
you right now. You know, someone stirred and people just it's confirmation bias. That's all it is.
No, I
It is
get
what it
that.
is.
I get that, and I've not been reacting to it. It's
Yeah.
just it's making having those conversations a little bit difficult because now I'm concerned people are probably just gonna try and fluff up the answers a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, look, with all due, listen, Vivian. Look, I'm just gonna, cut the ribbon here. How do I put this? People already knew after a conversation. This just gave them a reason to know. So.
Yeah.
Just like some of my interviews went a certain way. I mean, this is just modern economy.
Yeah, I get it. No, so yeah, I need to speak with McNulty. Yeah, there's been a lot that has been going on at PD this past week. A lot of change has been happening. and then also operations which didn't go so great, which you know about. So, did it successfully today though? But yeah, I need to just rip the band-aid off and have these conversations. I was just trying very hard to keep it secret so that it wouldn't look like I was overstepping people.
So you had to
Oh,
fire someone?
You're
Yeah.
operating under certain expectations, but those expectations were long gone 6 months ago. So it is what it is. I have to operate under a certain way. I'm not trying to, you know, that's why I'm not like kind of mincing my words too much without,
Right.
you know, using certain phraseology. But people know things really quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think you were doing things reasonably. It's just you can't expect the rest. The reality is we
No,
can't
I know.
expect the rest of the world to operate under certain, you know,
Yeah.
old school criteria.
Mm-hmm.
How'd that go?
Well, the firing,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't pleasant. I think.
Wait, what?
So yeah, in the past week, we fired like 3 officers. First one was Forte, which there was a panel for. Second one was Croc, which I basically denied a panel for. Both me and Sky. Barrick suggested a panel. Both me and Sky said it should just be a decision at this point because there had been numerous issues with Croc. And then the one today was Riker. And then Maeve quit shortly after. So yeah.
What?
Rika got fired?
Yeah.
Oh shit! All right, good.
Did Maeve quit?
Fucking rat, motherfucking piece of shit.
Did Maeve quit
Ooh.
because you fired Rika?
Yeah. I think she's incredibly upset about it because it's a close friend of hers, obviously. But
Yeah,
she's
that's why she was
definitely-
covering up for him.
She's taken the wrong end of the stick with everything, though. So
So,
I can promise you that Maeve covered up.
like what case?
oh, your court case will still probably be going ahead.
Did I win?
I don't know. I don't know. Has it happened? When's it? It'll still have to go ahead, right? Because just because they're not.
No, Will, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
So, transparently, Vivian, with Rika, right? I'd known about the Tilly situation for a long time. Only reason I didn't take up a case is because I knew Tilly, and that's why, you know, Kit took her home. And so I knew many of the details. I questioned about it a while back, and even I am pretty certain that he told me that both him and Maeve were involved, and he was very brazen about it. And the only reason I didn't come forward on it is how do I put this? I make sure with 1,000% certainty I remember something before I'm willing to go up on the stand for it. You know what I mean? But
Right.
having, what was it, yesterday, read through the FOIA up on the docket, I can tell you that shit was fucking horseshit.
You know what's like crazy about this entire thing, Viv?
What's that?
All I ever wanted was $1 and legislation.
Yeah, it's kind of snowballed, right?
A little bit, yeah, just a tiny bit.
Yeah. The snowball is obviously what we handled and what, you know, what we had to come to a conclusion with.
Yeah. Really unnecessary, the entire thing. I don't know.
It's the way things go. So yeah, this last week has been through some changes. Obviously, with the state marshals now holding people accountable as to what they're doing and why things aren't being done in a timely manner, etc., has kicked off things to actually start happening, which I didn't think it would take an actual whole ass department to do that, but it has.
You think it's good in your opinion?
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% down for having that with the state marshals. Like I'm all over working with them and stuff. I'm aware that there's probably going to be times where things are going to get a little bit like tense and stuff like that, but I'm all for it. The reason why I'm all for it is because I quite often was given the label of police in the police, and all she does is this, all she does is that, completely ignoring the fact that I was in a command position, so it was kind of command's responsibility. And then they made a whole department for it, so you know, I'm kind of happy that there was that effect, I guess. I think every level needs to be held accountable, right? And if you know there needs to be a separate department to do that, then that's fine. Just as you know, they should be held accountable as well.
Viv, could I have just like a few minutes with Even and
yeah,
Tilly?
yeah,
I just want to
sure.
ask him something real quick.
Yeah, sure. Let me know when you want me back over.
I completely.
You are so.
Well,
like...
hold on. Let me just fucking. I completely forgot that she wanted to do the whole let the people cook and then her pick one. I completely forgot about that. So now I'm like, I couldn't have been the only one who forgot this, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
She mentioned during her thing, she wanted to bring in the 3 like captains and lieutenants. She said something like, okay, she wants to, her original plan was she wanted to bring in 3 lieutenants and then like promote one of them to Ass Chief. And then I think the conversation went to do we really need one for shift 2? Da 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 da. And I was like, no, you need high command in shift 2, otherwise you're gonna have World War 3. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And like, all right, bet. And then I think the follow-up conversation was she wants to promote Sky Faye to captain. And I was like, whatever, but make sure with the feds that's okay, because historically they've kind of restricted the amount of high command and in a there was a restriction there. That's why she said she did get clarity. But now the question is, what happens to Tyler?
What
Right?
was this entire conversation that we just had? Like, we spent like 3 hours on today.
That's fine, but I forgot about this thing. So what?
Well,
that's why she's over there. That's why we're talking about it.
Well, she said she'd make a plan for him, right? You asked if there's a space for him in that plan, no?
Yeah. So, I think I am okay with not being insistent on the Ass Chief, but rather having him be the point of contact for Shift 2 and then see how things jam out.
Okay.
And then if it fails, it fails. The second option is that he is Ass Chief. Now, Tilly, I know you feel strongly a certain way, but let me say this, is that we need to be malleable to new information, right? This is new. That's how she feels. What, are we going to shove it down her throat, right?
Just on these nuts.
What do you think? Speak your mind.
Me and you both. Yeah, you do as.
No, say it.
fit. No, you do as you see fit, Nino.
No, just fucking say it, Tilly. Do you think we should insist for the Ass Chief? That's why you're here.
I've already told you before how I felt about the situation. And it feels like
Say it one more
everything
time.
that we had
Say it one
talked
more
about.
time.
Well, everything that we had talked about is kind of like I don't know what's happening anymore.
That's why she's over there, and that's why we're talking right now. You think we should insist on the ass chief?
I think that you should do what you feel is best.
That's a yes for Tilly then.
It is not a yes. It's not. I already haven't like. I don't. I think that I felt like I feel like PETA should have been chief and her ass chief. I feel like that would have been the best way to go about things. But I feel like that entire card that was talked about and discussed with is like off the table now because
It's
now
gotta be. It's gotta be.
Then I have no opinion.
But that can't be your only opinion though, Tilly. There has to be a change in it though.
I think then she should do whatever she wants to do.
Here's the reality. Look, this is tough. All right. And I think some of what you're feeling is what I've had to feel these last couple days is that there is no perfect choice for no matter what decision we make. Right. But just as when Vivian came over here and she expressed her thoughts, we need to be considerate of her thoughts and find a middle ground between what we have collectively discussed and her desires and find what that middle ground is. Maybe we do take a hard stance on it, or we find the middle ground, which is what she proposed, which is a better option possibly than, just having a hard stance, like a take it or leave it. Because there is this reality, right? Is that if our stance is too hard, then, she is left with no options and she just says, you know what, fuck it, I don't even want chief.
She won't do that.
Well, she didn't want ass chief underneath him.
God damn it. See, I don't know. I'm at an impasse. I think sending ass chief is going to be a strong message. Here's the middle ground. Interim ass chief and then a reevaluation in 4 weeks.
What about she still does her plan with the lieutenants? He's an interim ass chief, and then she gets to decide if he was the best fit at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think that would also, I like that a lot. Solves both problems. It gets him in place. See how he's able to perform. I think there is a legitimate concern that she has because her immediate, she deals with the police department on a day-to-day basis. At some level, she's going to have to explain why she's making that choice. But at the end of the day, we are prescribing something that is best for all of them because they're only going to know what's inside their bubble. Tilly, if you need to cook a little bit on this, let me know. I'm not going to move forward unless I hear your opinion.
Well, I don't know. It sounds like you guys
I think, Tilly, keep in mind, right? We're trying to find a ground that's going to be good for the general populace and whatever remnants of the PD there is.
I just feel like we had a whole conversation earlier, and I don't know what is
What changed?
happening now. I feel like everything's kind of like, and I don't.
She's where I was
don't know
2
what to
hours
say.
ago.
Well, you mean conceding on the ass chief position?
She's where I was 2 hours ago. She's like very confused. Until Nino said psych, you know?
Wait, did you think... Wait, hold on. Tilly, were you under the impression that Peters would be the chief and she would be the ass chief? Or am I tripping?
I had no idea what is going on or what's happening now.
I think she's where I was 2 hours ago. So like the roles are reversed right now. So she's having a hard time comprehending what's happening right now.
Was that not discussed, or
No, we said he would be the ass chief. There was a whole back and forth debate between primarily myself and Eve, and we concluded with Viv is the best chief option, and what do you call it? Peters would be the ass chief.
okay?
Did you not? It's fine if you didn't pick up on that, but I thought we were clear about it.
I had my tablet out at one point and was looking at it pretty. Maybe it was during that point. I don't know, but you know, I guess it's really up to you, Nino. If you want to let it cook, let it cook. If you want to make the decision for her, you can do that.
This is so funny.
I can tell you though that she's not going to pick Peta. She's not. That she obviously was very against him. She's not going to pick him. He won't even be on her radar.
But we're coming to a conclusion now that we are going to tell her to make him interim ass chief as she cooks around that.
Okay.
To see if our vision will work.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Are we about to learn that Tilly has a very strong hold on Nino?
Anything else we wanted to discuss before we bring her over?
good? Are you good, Tilly?
Yeah.
Can I go get her?
Yeah, I just texted her.
Oh, okay. I don't know if she looked at her phone. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hey, Vivian. So we had a little chat here, and here is our proposal. And we have a very hard stance on this. We think that I think you should move forward with the selection process. However, Tyler would be the interim chief for 4 weeks, both as a evaluation process. At the end of those 4 weeks, you would then pick, is this guy the one, or is he swapped? And that interim position would be made very clear to him. Interim ass chief. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that. Like you said, I can still go ahead and still have these interviews and stuff, right? So.
Absolutely.
And,
And that gauges enough time. And
Yeah,
I think
I
there's
think
one
Ma-
thing
I
that I want to
think- I
make
think
very
Me-
clear.
Medi
There's
is good.
been pressure on my side too to make a jump very quickly. I personally believe, and I'm going to be very transparent, is just as people seemingly know what's going on with you, I think equally the same forces want things to happen at a snap of a finger.
Right.
Every decision needs to be delicate.
No, I
Those
agree.
4 weeks are going to be a lot more meaningful, I think, in terms of seeing how things play out. And I think at the end of the 4 weeks, that should be enough to see what the next step would be.
Okay.
And at the end of it, right, worst thing that happens is this guy goes completely psycho and we learn from it. Or alternatively, it could be the best decision ever. We're not going to know till it,
It happens.
goes forward.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
With that said, let's aim for this Friday for your announcement.
Yeah, I might not be around on Friday.
That's not a good look, Viv.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. When are you going to be around?
Pretty much every other day apart from Friday.
Saturday?
Yeah, I'm around Saturday.
Because I'm going to be out and until about then.
Okay.
And until then, you know, I mean, do as you please, I guess. In an odd way, I think it's actually a good thing, like the rumor mill's kicking off.
Yeah.
You know, because I think those that might freak out may not like the decision.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for example, we can see what happens with Den. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's gonna jump ship. I mean, I actually told him
Oh, he
straight to his
asked me
face,
the other day.
BCSO is
Well,
not gonna take you.
No, he didn't ask me. He asked if he could talk to High Command about a transfer.
Really?
Yeah, that was because an operation went terrible, and he claimed that he'd given me more information than he had, and then claimed he wasn't listened to, that he was constantly overlooked. He's recently been made lead of TRT for Shift 1 by my recommendation and an FTO.
Does he
Like-
know that?
Yes, he knows that. Yeah. I mean, he was saying, I guess jokingly, but also half serious, in the same meeting that if he had an extra chevron on his arm, it would have gone better. He would be able to make decisions better.
Look, Den, I like him, but this is the same guy that tried to convince me that hiring 40 people and bringing them through the same broken training process is a solution to PD's problems. So, you know,
Oh,
everyone that's got a, you know, I like Den, but he's not exactly the, you know, the sharpest tool in the.
right.
I can understand why he's kind of skipping over the fact that you signed him off on a unit. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, regardless of what decision's made, people are going to get pissed off. And my default has been suck my dick.
I would give Den. I would log in on Dawn
I'm
more
the
to give him
fucking
shit.
mayor.
Yeah.
You'll be the chief. So,
Okay. Just for formality's sake, how does, like, are you having a conversation with both Barrick and Ruby, or what happens there?
I'm going to have a chat with him.
Okay. Okay.
Barrick already knows he's out, so I'll have a chat with Ruby.
Oh.
Barrick's had his conversation, actually. Ruby, I'll have one with.
Okay. All right, yeah, just because they're gonna need to know like their last date or whatever the hell. I don't know.
Has Barrick even been showing up to work?
Yeah, he's around today. As is Ruby.
I figured I might have, you know, archie'd him.
No. No, he's around.
All right. Okay, cool.
All right.
Um. Any other questions? Saturday's good. I mean, we could do Thursday. I just don't know if I'm gonna be around. Is the issue? I want to make
Okay.
sure that it's like done right. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I
Chief
completely
is like a
understand.
big deal. I want it to be like a fucking moment, like bring the city and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
But and I mean, if things burn down a little bit, I don't really give a fuck. We got, you know, the next 3 years ahead of us.
Yeah. Okay.
3 years? Holy.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever day. It's just Friday. I won't be able to. It's the only day.
Easy.
All right. Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll
Thank
keep
you,
having
Viv.
those conversations. I'll keep you up to date with things that develop this end. You know. So. All right.
All right, bye,
See you guys later.
Viv.
Have a good day.
Take care, Viv.
You staying married for 3 years, Nino?
No, what I'm trying to say is like a lot of these pressures are from an outside influence. And I know it because I've been around long enough to know where it's coming from. Even though it may not be like I know because I feel it and I know other people feel it. And I think there's like the feeling of go, 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 go. That's not coming from individuals. That's coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, if Viv knew.
That's why like I'm forcing the slowdown. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah. I did put up a fucking fight today.
I'm being a little bit more open about it because I don't know how to put this. I know other people are feeling that pressure, and fuck that noise being the driving factor. So, how do you feel, Tilly? I feel bad.
Why do you feel bad?
I feel bad because like I thought we were pretty clear about it, and somehow
I don't think
we were-
Tilly heard the point where you said that you did this as a sociopath, point of view to get like the real answers. I don't think she heard that part.
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
must not
Tilly.
have heard that part.
fine. You normally don't listen to me. That's okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this was a long meeting. But I think that's good. I'm glad she accepted it. Now comes Tyler. I think honestly this is we arrived at the best solution. I know how you feel, Tilly. I sort of feel that way too. I get where you're coming from. I want to make this very clear. Because I was imagining a certain outcome at points well before this meeting. But as reality started to set in, your wish could always come true. But we literally do not know this guy. And if he ends up becoming a disaster, all right, there needs to be a way out. Now, if it turns out Viv's the one that crashes out and this guy ends up being a superhero, nothing stops me from making him chief.
Mm-hmm.
I trust you.
You fucking better.
Mm-hmm.
No, but seriously, I think this is I'm very comfortable with this. At
Also
least for now.
about
Who knows? Maybe they
compromise.
both crash out.
Yeah. It's also nice that she's willing to compromise, and then I'm sure that I'm also happy because I want to see what Peters can do, and I really do want to see what he can do coming into the LSPD. I'm excited for that. I really am, and I think this will be the right environment for him. And I hope that he shows that he can make that interim a permanent position. I really want to see that.
All right. The last thing I was going to mention is I am going to announce a internal PD vote, and for both chief and ass chief, and I'm going to put the names on it. But all of those votes aren't going to count. It's going to be fake votes.
Oh, it's just for the spice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, legislatively,
He's so fucking
covered.
evil.
because technically it was still my choice,
Nice
and the
thought.
vote's not even official.
I hope the movie was good.
They just have to believe it is. I'm starting to realize that, like, y'all don't know when I'm trolling or not, do you?
No. I feel like I need to hear you chuckle to know.
You'd have to, like, well, you could, but I wouldn't advise that. I need detox time. We good? We want to break off here? Like, how do we?
So
You know,
we're good.
Sure.
We're good.
All right.
Yeah, we're good.
I think I missed like 20 phone calls.
I think Tilly is mad at Nino. And it's interesting to say the least. And just drop me off at a city hall.
I got you.
Yeah, we're doing legislation tomorrow then. I'll probably just clean up the cough and then it should be good to go then. Yeah, Tilly's like mad. But like, I don't think I can take Tilly seriously if she really thought that that was the best option as well, right? Like, I don't know if I can take her, like, her opinion that seriously. If she really thought that Peters as COP was the best options. It's like a very yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, this whole 5 hours was very unnecessary, but that's Nino, right? You can just blame Nino for it. Like, it's a very Nino thing to do. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get out and I think Tilly is gonna re-Nino from one edge to the other. But the thing is that even that, Tilly didn't challenge Nino. Do you guys see that? Eve will challenge Nino and come to a compromise. But Tilly...
Oh, shit.
Ooh. Bussin'.
Wait, who even... I don't actually even know who, like, operates that of them.
What, Forum?
Yeah. I think it was, like, Hydra at one point.
They're back in Mirror Park, no?
I think so.
Alright, I might go to sleep, I might not, but I'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip all legislative stuff. I would take a
Yeah.
look at the updates. I think
Yeah,
I reviewed most of it
Yeah, I'll
already,
take a
but
look. Let's go, we'll be ready for tomorrow then.
easy.
Mhm.
All right, Eve, you have a good one. I appreciate the conversation today. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, bye Tilly.
Bye.
Love you. Yeah, the thing is, I think Tilly still has to learn a lot as well. And I hope she does take this as a learning curve. Sherry!
Oh, okay.
Tilly has a lot to learn.
Alright. Just let him know to contact me.
Tilly has a lot to learn.
Okay.
Tilly has a lot to learn, I think, but hopefully she learns.
Possibility. It's a high possibility.
I do love Tilly. I do love her, but she does have a lot to learn. If she wants to step up,
sure.
I
keep that
hope
in
she
mind.
does take this as a learning experience, right? Instead of keeping quiet when she's clearly upset.
That is true.
She does
Warehouses
need.
are so luxurious.
She does need to step up. She definitely does need to step up.
I don't think you're gonna get that. That's on Lee's. Yeah, that's Ash's warehouse. So basically, that warehouse is of Ash's, and Ash gave it to him, so he was paying her back, like in installments, you can say. Yeah, but he hasn't paid, so. Yeah, and then he would just pay off Ash. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. You too. All right. I'll see you around. Bye. What are you doing?
I was just in a 5-hour meeting with Nino and Tilly.
I'm sorry. Frustrating?
It was very frustrating because Nino was doing this thing where he was like, I'm doing this, he got me all worked up, and then he was like, it's just a J.
Oh, I fucking hate that.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
Tilly didn't catch on to it was a J, so she then got upset that the result changed, and I was happy the result changed because I was fighting for the result to be what I wanted it to be, because I knew what he was telling me he was going to change his mind to was going to be a complete and utter disaster, and it was going to end up to #Eve is always right when it does end up as a disaster. And then Tilly was unironically serious about what Nina was deciding, and she didn't actually speak up about why she was upset. So, and I was being the, I was standing on business and telling Nina why this is how it should be. And then Nina was like, well, I did this so that I could be the sociopath and have you guys, actually think about why this should or shouldn't be this way. So he's actually letting us think, which I think is a smart thing, but it's also very frustrating because I can never tell when Nino's being serious and all.
Mm.
That's about Chief of Police. Because then it made me
Wait,
feel
what'd you
like
say?
it was about Chief of Police.
Oh, okay.
Because then I was like, so why is he even asking my opinion if he's already made up his mind? Because this is really frustrating, because I don't know. And that took 5 hours.
I think he was just fucking around. It wouldn't have taken 5 hours. I'm just saying.
I don't know. Now Tilly is upset, so
If I'm-
now he has to go deal with that, and I'm just like, okay.
Like, if I'm fucking around, maybe 1 hour? Half an hour, maybe? Just saying.
I don't know. It was very frustrating, but it's over now. I think it's over now. I hope it's over now, and I hope in 24 hours he doesn't tell me, well, I had some conversations and it changed my mind again, and I am going to stab him.
I mean, I kind of know who it might be because of the talks, but again, I've kept it to myself only. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But if it's really them, then I think it's an amazing thing that's going to be them, because you need someone who can build up to those foundations, you know?
Yeah, but what if in the last 5 hours somebody who is completely unqualified was brought up as the candidate in another department?
I mean, here's the thing. I can definitely see it in some sort of consideration, but are they capable? That's what it comes to. Do they really have the best interest? Compared to someone who has stuck around every single day through the harshest times. Okay, it's Vivian, I know. But is it you get my point?
Uh-huh.
Like, this woman has been there in this PD since the beginning, if not the beginning. And she's seen the ups and downs and everything. So
It's Viv?
like, that woman
Oh my
knows a
god,
PD.
really?
Yeah, I know. It's
Oh
like she
my-
definitely does not live beside
Wha-
my house.
Whoa, it's Viv? That's crazy.
Not like Miguel also fucking I think it's out there because Miguel did a 911 saying, "Can I have Chief of Police, aka Vivian Gray, call me?"
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things. So this woman knows what she's doing, and it's the PD is the back of her hand, basically. It's just like she
Yeah.
wasn't empowered. So
Yeah, well, I just spent the last 5 hours fighting for her.
jeez, you had to fight for her to get her the position.
Yeah, but then Nino turned around and said, JK. That's why it's been so fucking frustrating.
Damn. Okay. Men, am I right?
Right? Fucking crazy.
So indecisive and emotional. Jeez.
Yeah, and then he like said that, Eve, I get you're upset, and I was like, no, 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 no. I'm not upset. Do not ever call me upset or emotional when I am standing on business. Continue. That's what I told him.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. It's like I hate when people like bring that up as like a topic of discussion, like, yeah, I know you're feeling some type of way about this and you're feeling, upset about this. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I can separate the two, bitch.
Yeah, it's like you're talking based off facts and things that you know.
Yeah, if I wanted to start, I would start off my sentences with I feel like I would bring in my feelings if I wanted to, but I'm not. I'm standing on business. Oh yeah, we were supposed to review legislation and that didn't happen. Anyway, how's Marshall's stuff been? I heard
It's been
more cops
fine.
got fired.
Yeah.
Yeah. Riker got fired and then Maeve walked as well.
Not the defective unit. Oh no.
Yeah.
All of them are detectives, you know that? Holy fuck. Actual. Okay. Tell me if I'm harsh, but if you're a detective, FTO, whatever, and you fumble at the fundamentals of being an officer, maybe you weren't fit for the job from the beginning.
I don't even know the full context about everything that Maeve and Riker did, but I know
Something
Riker's
related
stuff.
to Tilly case.
Yeah, I know Riker's the Tilly and the SIM card stuff, but and Maeve was just with Riker 24/7.
Yeah, it was. I met Roman, and he was like, "Oh, the marshals are just like tearing them apart, and I hope they don't fire Riker, and because possible corruption or something like that." I'm like, "Listen up, buddy. If it's something that big, then people deserve to get fired." Mm-hmm. And I was like, sure, people have done multiple things, but again, it comes down to integrity and their work ethics. Do you really believe someone who would be doing such violations, being a PD and a detective? I wouldn't. Like, holy fuck, you really want me to like trust Trump? No.
Jesus Christ, Jerry.
It's like it's yeah, and like the same kind of example. Like, why would I trust someone who is outright possibly the worst person at the moment, but he has done tens and thousands of things? Maybe after some time. Who are the other candidates?
Confidential.
Sorry?
Confidential.
Oh my god, so confidential.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. Ooh, McNulty? Low key.
You just get
No?
shot.
No,
Oh.
for the chief of police. I see no one fit, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's what our problem. Like, nobody fits.
Like, no one with a backbone. Maybe Anita.
I don't have my camera. Are they at
Do
the
you want my
hospital?
rifle?
Or they're like...
It's
Where is
it's
it?
in Mirror Park. Wait, what?
No, why do we hear the
Wait,
shots so
where?
clearly?
Wait, what? Let me out. Crusade Road. Oh yeah, it's at the hospital, I think.
Hmm. Hold on, isn't the hospital a safe zone? Question mark.
I miss him. He's gone.
Who's gone?
Our friends. Glorion.
Or was awake the day of the fair?
I totally forgot the fair. I think I was awake.
Yeah, I worked the one booth for like 3 hours.
I should have been there. I could have been working a booth too. They really busting at the hospital. I see a cop running around. We should become marshal.
Hmm?
We should become marshal.
No.
Why not?
I don't want it.
What about? Do you have a brother?
Do I have a brother? No.
Or a sister?
I have 2 sisters.
Oh, maybe they can become marshal.
Tessa and Fiona?
Never mind.
I
What about your cousin?
have a cousin named Dawn. She's in the BCSO.
Okay. What about your auntie? Can she become a marshal?
Hmm. Why?
Just asking.
What you been doing today, huh?
I'm sick. I was awake for like tweet out a little bit about the Marshall stuff because she wants to hire for shift 2 now. It's like no one wants to get hired. So
Hmm. Interesting. I might go to sleep.
if you go to bed, I'm going to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
So I guess I'm going to bed too.
Okay.
You want to hold hands together?
I'm just gonna go to bed up here.
Oh, like
been-
me.
I've been sleeping here.
I've been sleeping here too.
But I sleep here.
I sleep here. What do you mean?
I sleep here.
Stop. I sleep here.
I sleep here, Sherry Pie. You're so tiny.
Okay, we both can sleep here.
But you're so freaking tiny, Sherry.
I'm a small spoon.
What if I want to be the small spoon?
Then you just gotta be tiny.
How tiny?
Super tiny.
Like, how tiny?
Leave me alone. Go to bed.
You go to bed. You're still holding my hand. uh... Sherry in the background. uh...
Did your outro finish? Can I stop?
No!
Okay,
Keep on
let me
dancing,
know when it's
bitch.
done. Okay.
Let's go. I hope Barry is still alive. Dude, can Barry, like, stop, like, ending, bro? Like, what is fucking... I hate her. Let's go raid Trav, then. So, let him in, let him in, let him in. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have an idea. Can we do a poop emoji? And can we do a poop emoji? And a heart beam? Can we do that? Figure it out, child. Thank you. Thank you. All right, go say hi to Trav, chat. I think Trav will do good as Ass Chief. If he's committed to it. I'm excited for that, P. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm tired. I had a long day. Even though I slept long, but yeah. I'll be back tomorrow though. Tomorrow's legislation and I want to get whole shit done tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Follow the channel. Join the Discord. And subscribe to the YouTube. Our recappers work very hard on everything. I'll see you guys tomorrow.